Okay, just letting you know I'm back.
All right, welcome back.
Thank you. Okay, just letting you know I'm back.
Hola, ¿qué tal, chicos? ¿Cómo están? Buena tarde. Aquí estamos una vez más con la semana 4 de esta liga Arcade Rumble de
Hola, ¿qué
Samurai
tal,
Shodown.
chicos? ¿Cómo están? Buena
Les
tarde.
agradecemos que estén
Aquí
aquí una
estamos
vez
una vez
más,
más con
jugadores, perdón,
la semana
jugadores y
4
viewers,
de esta
así
liga
como al
Arcade
staff
Rumble
que nos ayuda a que
de
todo esté
Samurai
listo
Shodown. Chicos, ¿cómo
siempre, el
están? Buenas tardes. Les
bracket,
agradecemos que estén
que los
aquí
jugadores
una vez
estén
más,
listos
jugadores,
y que este
perdón,
torneo se
semana
desarrolle
jugadores y
sin
viewers de
mayor
esta liga.
dificultad. El día de hoy nos acompaña nuestro amigo Sugar Bear, que nos va a estar ayudando con el comentario en inglés. Esta semana el comentario va a ser en inglés, como ya lo saben, nos alternamos una semana en español, una en inglés y pues bueno, aquí vamos a estar con ustedes. Gracias por estar aquí. Sugar,
Angel,
what up? How are you doing, my boy?
I'm doing great, man. Thank you for having me. I'm so excited to be back. It really is an honor. Last time I was here, it was a really great experience, and I appreciate you guys bringing me back for week 4 of the Arcade Rumble Samurai Showdown League. I guess we're getting towards the end now. It's 5 weeks in total, correct?
That is correct.
So things are winding down, but the action is definitely going to start heating up. Before we get into things, I want to go over a couple notes. We were talking about points. There is a point system involved for the Arcade Rumble League, and points have been accrued over time. Here it is. Thank you, Marco. And as you can see, AR Robert is definitely, let's be honest here, he's running away with things. I think it's going to be hard for people to catch up to him, but that doesn't necessarily mean much in the grand scheme of things. All these players are very competitive, and I think at the end of the day, points, you want them, but it doesn't matter as much as bringing down the top guy at this point. So I think the major storyline going into week 4 and probably week 5 as well is who's going to take down AR Robert? Who is going to be that guy? Can anybody do it? So as we go forward with tonight's matches, you're going to want to be looking out for Robert and who, if anyone, is going to be able to beat him. What do you think? Any predictions on anyone who can take this monster down? I don't think he's lost a single set since week 1. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is actually correct. He hasn't lost a single match, well, a single set since the league started 3 weeks ago. 4 weeks with today's tournament. And my prediction is that we're gonna have a top 8 similar to last week
Okay.
and the week before when you helped us with the commentary. So I think Guzman is a very strong player. He's been always behind Robert, just a step behind. Also Killian and Violent Kane. And last week's revelation was Cypher. Cypher was very close to taking down Robert. Unfortunately for him, Robert adjusted and he took 6 rounds in a row. I mean,
Wow.
three. I'm sorry, three. Cypher came from the losers bracket. So
Wow.
my prediction is that, as you can see, the scoreboard now, Guzman, Violent Kane, Cypher, and also Sinister, who's always been a couple of steps behind, but also in top 8 since the first time he joined the tournament.
For sure. And it's interesting watching Sinister grow. He's been a strong player since I've known him, but he's definitely adjusting and sort of, I guess you'd say, rounding out his play style in the past months. But I'm curious, I don't have a lot of direct contact with the Mexican players. What are they saying about Robert's current dominance? Is there any talk behind the scenes that you have heard? Not necessarily, talk behind someone's back, but talk about I think I can beat him. I'm ready to beat him. What are the players saying right now? Or perhaps they're saying we can't beat him.
Yeah. Well, basically, the community is very, very close, and most of the players play with Robert probably on a daily basis. I'm really not aware of that. But since all of them or most of them are from Mexico City, they used to get together before all of this COVID thing that is going on.
Yes.
But online they also play together a lot. So I don't think there has been like conversations or something players have been discussing about taking down Robert. I think every player uh, feels respect uh, to each other. You know, they respect as
For sure.
players, and uh, and I think what they're aiming to do is first, of course, is take down Robert if he gets underway. But I will say the overall objective of most of the players who have made it to top eight is to grow and to improve their skills as a samurai. I will say.
For sure. Yeah. And I think a lot of people question the validity of online play. You know, we don't need to get into all that right now. But one thing is for certain, it is a great place to grow and learn the matchup. So when we get back into offline play, we can sort of we've grown in the process, and I think online is very valid for that. But you know, there's a lot to be said. But I think we're ready to go. So let's just go ahead and get into things. I think match one we got Basher and PR Lau.
That's right. Let's go into it.
Now, Basher, of course, a strong Shizu player. PR Lau, I am aware of PR Lau. It's been a while since we've played. I think last I heard he was playing Yasha, so but I think he's been jumping around a lot. I've heard about a lot of characters, so it'll be interesting to see who he picks up and if he's prepared for Basher, who is, as anyone who's watched in the past knows, a very strong player.
Yeah, if my memory serves me well, he's a Charlotte main, and there you
Ah,
have it. Yeah, he's a Charlotte main,
okay.
and I'm not sure about this matchup. You know, because Shizu has a lot of tools, and Basher is very familiar with the matchup because he constantly plays with Güero Asamiya,
Yeah.
who's also a Charlotte main.
Okay. My initial thought is, and I really can't comment on the matchup beyond just theory crafting, but Charlotte with that short jump, is she going to be able to challenge Shizu in the air with his air superiority? Basher, the opening round 5A, he loves to do that. He's just checking you at the start of every round, especially I think if he's not super familiar. Punish opportunity missed. Ooh, deep jumping, and Lau has the presence of mind to go for the full combo. Well done. Trying to create some space. Oop, okay, and that sort of answers my question. I think that was a JB. Very viable, looks like, for keeping Shizu out of the air. Basher is starting to get in a little bit now. Not wanting Basher, I wouldn't say he's overly aggressive, but he definitely leans on the side of wanting to get in. Lowell trying to throw out some projectiles, keep him out. He's got a life lead right now. Oh, missed throw and a missed opportunity there. Lau's still in the lead. Now a fairly sizable lead. Goes for the overhead, gets stuffed by Basher. And things are moving quickly. Lau takes the first round. There you go. So Charlotte, at least based on that round, can definitely fight this.
Yeah, exactly. Especially if she jumps neutral jumps B or jumps back B.
It's a really great defensive stance she can do with the back jump B. It's hard to approach on that. Throwing that bayonet lunge very close. Basher with a pretty solid life lead. JC, he's cornered, but I don't think he feels threatened. Oof, and the run under C. No one seems to be prepared for that ever. I always see those converting.
Exactly. I know the feeling.
Okay, nice bait. Okay, but that was in air. Wait, I thought he was in air.
Yeah, it
Wow,
looked
burst.
like it was in there.
Huh. If that's the case, he didn't necessarily need to burst. Okay, but nice WFT. Basher, you know, his burst is still on the table. He needs to get that weapon back. How's he going to do it? Okay, problem.
Oh,
Big
this is
problem.
big.
Yeah. And chips out. Very good by PR Lau. You know, as I said, it's been a while since I've seen him play, but that was a strong showing. I don't know how familiar Basher was going in, but he might need to reconsider things now. How do you see things?
Yeah, he may wanna just take a couple of seconds before he goes into the fight again. And as you can see, he was anticipating the Charlotte's attack because he J did a couple of hits.
Yes,
So
and that's
he's definitely aware of Charlotte's options.
for sure. And I feel like that's is a sign of the higher end of gameplay for Samurai Showdown 7. JD's. I feel like that is sort of the epitome. What we're going to be looking for the top play in the future is how well can you JD and how often. But Basher's down 1 to PR Lau early. Some might say that this is unexpected. So let's see how the second game turns out. Okay, much more patient start.
Yeah, again,
Overheads.
preparing the tap since the very first second of the fight.
DP saying get off me in that sort of ambiguous air reset situation. That can prove valuable to Basher in the future. He might want to commit that to memory. Good DP. Yeah, very good DP. Sort of, Basher is now showing respect. He likes to do, he will definitely test your patience with the those downs in neutral. I can't remember the name of them, but anyways, he's definitely trying to provoke a little bit. Nice JC. Oof. And round 1 Basher. Okay, just observing at this point. Early lead from PR Lau with that JC. Basher with the run-up throw. Converts into WFT. No pop from Lau. That's either a sign of confidence or he was not aware of the situation. However, he gets the overhead weapon back. So that's a big win for him. He did not have to use his resource. Okay, once again, right now I'd say the big difference in round 2 is both players are looking a little bit more patient. And I feel like that is the story so far. Basher has been getting jumped in on. Ooh, missed throw conversion. Wow.
Wow, that hurt.
Yes, it did. And now they're very even. 27 seconds on the clock. Overhead from Lau. Ooh, okay, now this is a scary place. However, Lau's able to pull it out with the JC. And this is a match point Lau here.
Yeah, I think Lau is respecting Basher's jump ins a lot.
Which is, oh, is not able to get the WFT off. Okay, tap did not work out. Okay, now Basher's pressing a lot of buttons and he's eating buttons from Lau as a result. Needs to be patient.
Yeah, you see, Basher is just jumping and jumping in, and we haven't seen any DP yet.
For sure, that is a good point. Right now, you know, life bars are relatively close. However, Lau is in the orange. Brings Basher into the orange, but I think Basher still has a slight lead. Basher playing a bit more passive here. Ooh, that is risky, and he pops. Oh, pops back. Equal life. Basher floating, looking maybe to provoke. Ooh. Eason? Yeah. Okay. When Shizu is in the air and he's floating, whether it be a WFT or an Eason, it's very hard to punish him. Lau takes a chance there with the WFT, and from an outsider's perspective, that was the right choice seemingly, because that WFT is super active, but it did not work out for him there, and it cost him that game.
Yeah, exactly. Chizumaru is one of those characters you don't want to ease in just like that, right? You have to do what the opponent does and try to get used to their jumping and floating habits, so you can have an idea if you can just go for it or save it, you know?
For sure. I personally, I sort of take it off the table. It's one of those matchups where if I'm against Shizu, I sort of the idea of getting an Eason off of the opponent being in the air, I just sort of say forget it. It's not going to happen. However, though Basher took that round, there was nothing convincing about that. Lau has been playing very well. We'll have to see about how this third game goes. And depending, Lau really might be regretting that WFT attempt.
Yeah, exactly. What are your predictions for this match?
I have no idea. I think Basher has been eating a lot of buttons and he doesn't have to. I think Lau is playing incredibly well, and I think Basher got away with that second game by the skin of his teeth. But we're going to have to see. I think this is anyone's game at this point. However, Basher is up to a very strong lead. Oop, no punish on the whiff throw attempt. But round 1 is looking like Basher's game to win. However, 30 seconds in, anything can happen. Both players still in the green. Throw attempt from Lau, 5C.
Yeah, I think Lowell has been playing very well.
He has. And I haven't seen him in a while, but it looks to me like he's leveled up. Okay. Good punish attempt from Bash at that time. Lau now in the red. Deflect attempt is not fruitful. And we've gone black on our feed, so we might be a little bit behind. Okay, here we go. Thank you. And Basher again provoking. 6 seconds. He might just lame it out. No need. DP whips, punish with the, I think that's 6-6B. Okay, Basher on match point here. Lau, I think what Lau needs to focus on is not getting frustrated. He's played so well at this point. And, he can win, but is the pressure going to get to him? Right now, he seems to be taking it slow. Ooh, scary reflect there.
Yeah, exactly. He has everything he needs to win. In my opinion, he was actually dominating the first match.
For sure.
But a couple of mistakes cost him the match, and well, here we are now.
Yeah, for sure. But I just feel like don't get frustrated. And don't, okay, ooh. Very nice. Very nice. That WFT is incredibly fast. So in run under situations, you can really abuse it. Okay, Basher trying to get his weapon back. He does. Tap.
Wow.
That's 50-60%. Lau, however, not giving up. JC, Basher in the red. 23 seconds on the clock.
He definitely needs to DP Basher. He's jumping in a lot.
For sure. And I think it can be scary, especially since she's very, very vertical with her DP, just goes straight up. The prospect of missing is definitely there. Ooh, cross up JC in the air. Basher takes the game. That second round there, or third game there, 2-0 for Basher. Ends up being 2-1 in the set. Lau, Basher took that game, but I think Lau has a lot to be proud of there. He played very well.
Yeah, totally. And well, we're gonna see more of Lowell in the losers bracket for sure. And I'm really looking forward to see more matches, right? Just more of his matches. He's a good player. I haven't seen him in a while, also. So this is kind of a surprise, but just because we don't see him very often, right?
For sure.
I know he's a strong player, and he streams regularly, and he's been playing Samcho since day one, and he's been loyal to Charlotte.
For sure. I think I saw him jump around a bit, but he definitely, Charlotte was most of his focus at first. It seems like he's come back, which also seems like the right call because he really played well. I mean, Basher is no joke. I think Basher maybe not having familiarity wasn't as prepared, but there, for game 2, Basher got away by the skin of his teeth. So Lau definitely hung in there. Third game didn't really go his way, but despite what happened, as I said earlier, Lau should be proud of his performance there. He will go down to losers. Basher is going to be moving forward. And on another note, looking at the bracket earlier, I feel like the match we just watched was sort of a big one. We have a lot of strong players with buys going into round 2. And with their potential opponents, I felt that Guzman, who had the bye, had the most interesting prospect of who was going to win the match leading up to his, and it turns out to be Basher. So going into round 2, we're going to have Guzman versus Basher, and that's going to be exciting to watch right out of the bat.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, and Lowell's in the chat. He said that he didn't play until post Evo patch. So my bad. And thank you for joining this week, Lowell.
Yeah, you
And
played really well.
Sugar, would you mind if I leave you alone just for a couple of minutes?
Yeah.
This week I decided to join, and it's my turn to play.
Yeah, do it. All good.
All right, I'll be right back. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Cool. So it looks like we're going to be getting into the next match shortly. Fabian versus Javier. These names, Javier, excuse me. These names are super familiar, but off the top of my head, I cannot remember who they play. So we're going to learn together. But the names, as I said, sound very familiar, and I think this should be another good match. At this point in the game's life cycle, you have to expect all the matches are going to be good, and we tend to deliver on that, especially with the Mexican competition being as strong as it is. So this should be good. And now that I'm thinking about it, I can't remember. I think it is Fabian. I've seen him play some How, if I remember correctly. So that'll be exciting to watch. It looks like the players are trickling in. So in the meantime, I'm not sure if you all have checked out the bracket, but I'm going to post it real quick in chat. Bracket is there. Definitely feel free to follow along with us. It is a stacked bracket this week, and Markio and the staff obviously running a tight ship. Things are moving and things are progressing very quickly. Trying to look to see if we have any definitive, or not definitive, really noteworthy movement in the bracket. One thing I am seeing that I can let you all know, looks like Cypher took out Lude Stairs in round 1, 2-0. So that's an interesting move right there. Cypher, obviously a very strong player, but so is Lude Stairs. Anyways, we're going to move forward with the live matches. Didn't get to see who was playing what, but we'll see in a second here. Fabian versus Xavier. Okay, Xavier, Charlotte, Fabian, Jubei. Now, Fabian, I saw him play How in the past, so this is, he might have always been playing Jubei, but I definitely saw him playing How. But right now, he's opening up. Gotcha. He's been playing both. So, Jubei looking like a strong pick, though. Pretty decisive lead going in. Run up throw. Fabian, very sort of chaotic movement right now. A lot of moving back and then exploding forward. Xavier trying to get his bearings here. Currently in the orange. 39 seconds in. Whiff throw. Respectable punish, but not the best. Oh, wow. Just throws out a 5 scene. It lands on Fabian. Okay. Xavier trying to create a little space here. Well, it works. That bayonet lunge catches the 660, runs up from very far away, connects, punish in the corner. Fabian now in the red. Xavier seems to have caught on to the tempo and is now pushing back. Fabian in a rough spot right now. Oof. Bayonet lunge catches him in the corner. First round, Xavier. And that was impressive because Fabian was really just pressuring him right out the gate. So Xavier sort of caught his feet and planted them and was able to pull out that first round. Fabian again, early lead. Ooh, okay, he's getting caught by those. You gotta recognize that is a frame trap. It's hard to get out of that. 6-6-C. It's interesting. Fabian is sort of chaotic, as I said, with his movement, going back, and then exploding forward. Xavier needs to sort of, looking to, wow, it catches. He looked to bait the jump by threatening the throw. Fabian bites and jumps. Xavier catches him with the WFT and closes out that game really quickly. Xavier in 2 rounds takes it. Oh, excuse me. Xavier. Wait, am I saying the name wrong? Xavier, there it is. Okay, so that was really good. And what was really interesting about that was Fabian was really pushing the pressure from game 1. And he was getting these early leads. And, personally, when someone starts coming at you that quickly, it can be hard to adjust. But Xavier was able to sort of plant his feet, and he took that first game convincingly. However, it looks like Fabian has switched back to How, which is what I know him for. Maybe he's going to feel a little bit more comfortable. Let's see what happens here. Okay, How Charlotte. Now it's on Fabian to show that he can make this work. Because I think, despite how things looked, that was all Xavier first game. Now, Fabian definitely slowing down the pace here. Different looking match. Okay, whiff 5B, catches the bayonet lunge. Oof, that was close. Fabian definitely playing a much more distance game here. So far, life is pretty even. We have to see if it pays off for him. But it looks like Xavier is now the one playing more chaotic. Look at that, just throwing out big buttons. Wow, just lets it rip and gets a WFT off the 6-6B. Xavier, life. Ooh, I don't even have time to talk. That 5C from Howman, one of the best feeling buttons in the game. Who needs combos when you got 5C? Okay, so Fabian up one game. Xavier has rage, slowly ticking down. Ooh, JD, that that wasn't that was a deep enough jump in. I think that Xavier was just pressing buttons and ends up getting caught. Wow, that almost seemed preemptive, but it looked like a reaction on that DP from Xavier. Okay, Fabian getting pushed to the corner. Trying to push back. Throws out a 5C, does not connect. Okay. Pushing back with D's. Fabian currently in the orange. And man, it is hard to approach Charlotte. That jump back B is just such a strong defensive posture. Fabian pressing, but having very little success. At this point, Xavier is just using his strong buttons and moving backwards. Takes the second round off of a JC. So right now we got 1-1. Xavier is on match point here. Oh, Fabian baits the throw. Could have gotten a bigger punish, but he got something. Ooh. Run up throw. And Fabian now has Xavier at about 50% health. Very convincingly going into the third round. 44 seconds on the clock. Xavier has rage, and that Charlotte WFT is very potent. Xavier now feeling the urge to press, and why wouldn't he? 5B whiffs and gets punished with the bayonet lunge. Fabian now with rage. Xavier acknowledges that, trying to push him back. Xavier pops. He was about to get WFT'd. Okay, Xavier's burst is ticking down. Oh my goodness. Fabian was looking to dodge the throw attempt. Oh. Okay. That was an opportunity to get that weapon back. He needs to find a way. Oh my goodness. He just runs up and grabs it. Works out. This is very tense. Fabian trying to find a way to land that WFT. He's in a really scary spot. Ooh. Runs up, catches the bayonet lunge. Xavier takes game 2, takes the set as well, 2-0 over Fabian. Very strong play from Xavier. It looked like, though I think that the Hal pick played better than the Jube, Xavier seemed to have control of the match from Jump Street and never really seemed to let it go completely. However, I feel like another set or another game, Fabian might have been able to figure that one out, but not today. Going back down into losers is Fabian. Xavier moves forward. He will be playing. Let's find him here in the brackets. Okay, so Xavier is going to be facing Violent Kane in round 2. And I think we're going to run into our third game immediately. It's going to be Dustin versus Ken Masters. Me being from the States, Dustin being from the States, I'm very familiar with his play. Oh, excuse me, bumped the mic right there. Ken Masters, not so much. Dustin, a very aggressive player out of Texas. Known for his Kazuki, but not opposed to trying other things, particularly in round 1. So it will be interesting to see what exactly Dustin goes with. And Ken Masters, as I said, I'm not super sure who he's going to come in with. It won't be Ken Masters, different series, but anyone's guess at this point. So we'll just have to see. Dustin, though, a very strong player. So this will be a fun watch.
I'll be that back.
How did it go?
Not very well.
Who did you Who was it? Genjiro? Did you play Genjiro?
Yeah, I played Kenjuro, and I had the opportunity to play with, in my opinion, the best Mina player in Mexico, and probably in the States, with all due respect to Loot Stairs.
Uh, so this was Zook.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah, it's been a while since I played Zook, but he is very evasive. He really takes advantage of all the space to his back, and then once he gets to the corner, he's looking to get out. So let's see. It looks like Dustin has gone Kazuki, and Ken Masters is going Genjiro. Um, I'm not familiar with Ken Masters.
I'm not either.
Okay.
But since he's a Kenjuro player, he has all my support.
Yeah, it's really nice to see Genjiro. For some reason, I mean, he got nerfed after Evo, which makes sense. He was very strong, but I feel like players just dropped off the character very quickly, and that was a little too much, in my opinion. Dustin, right now, sort of not respecting. He's building up that charge. Ken Masters runs him for the throw. Oof, very good whiff punish. And really, what's looking like potentially a chaotic match here, because I know Dustin is a very wild player, and Ken Masters showing himself also to be wild. Great confirm from Dustin, though, into the WFT, not respecting the card at all. Wow, things are getting wild. Toe kick for round one, very good call. That toe kick is scary.
Yeah, it is, and it has a ton of hit stun.
Yeah, yeah, it confirms into the fireball if I'm not mistaken. That's a legitimate combo, which is
Yeah,
super scary.
it does.
Just trying to get my bearings here because they're both pretty wild. Dustin goes for the punish. Ken Masters popping. Some might argue that was early. Ooh, dodge there. Dodge again.
Wow.
Ends up baiting the Eason.
I think
It's
he's just
smart.
losing it.
Yeah, smart play. Dustin is sort of acknowledged his opponent is willing to go wild, and he's just waiting things out. Dustin corner, but I don't feel like he feels threatened right now. Ken Masters, maybe he can start some offense here. Dustin fills up his charge, fireball, quick 2-0 over Ken Masters. Once again, I'm not familiar with Ken Masters, but I think maybe, nope, he wants to go right back in, and they're both going right back in. Against popular opinion, it's believed you should return to lobbies after each round, but the players have made their decision. We're going to go right into it. Dustin up in a pretty convincing first game there.
Yeah, exactly. And let's just remind the players to go back to the lobby so we don't have any glitches or anything going on.
For sure. I would definitely recommend it because sometimes when you go,
There it is.
yeah, wow, clockwork. That's almost poetic. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Somebody
If
clip that, please.
yeah, if there are any players listening to us right now, please go back to the lobby in between rounds. It's in everyone's best interest, so we don't have any issues with the lobby or the connection. Okay. Nothing's changed here though. Dustin going with Kazuki, Ken Masters going with Genjiro. I'm trying, that first game, let's be honest, it went incredibly quickly. I feel like it couldn't hurt for Ken Masters to try and slow it down a bit to sort of get a better feel for his opponents going into this second game. 5C. And he's saying, forget that. I want to go in. Oof, 5C. And Dustin's really taking advantage of it. Runs under, just gets away. I respect it. Another 5C. Wow. Again. Holy cow. Dustin has definitely acknowledged what his opponent is wanting to do, and he's punishing. He's just letting those 5Cs rip. He says, come in all you want. You're just going to eat damage if you do. 5B gets whiff punished by the DP. Punish there into WFT. Gonna pop? No pop. Bad spot here for Ken. Dustin, oof, 6-6C. I think at this point he's like, whatever. Another 5C, takes game 2 and takes the set. Dustin wins over Ken Masters.
Yeah, pretty convincingly, I would say.
For sure. It was quick. And I guess the takeaway was how quickly Dustin acknowledged what the opponent wanted to do and had a game plan as to how to counter that, and how well it worked. So hats off to Dustin. Ken Masters moving in the losers bracket, so he is not done for the day. He will have another chance to move forward, but in that match, it goes convincingly to Dustin, who's going to be going into winners round 2 against Cypher, who, if I'm not mistaken, you mentioned as something of a revelation from last week.
Yeah, exactly. He's not a new player actually. He's a very strong KOF player here in Mexico, one of the best.
Okay.
And he's also good at Samsho. But the first week he joined, he didn't have the success we were expecting him to have. But
Okay.
last week, on the other hand, it was different, and he made it to top 8. He made it all the way to grand finals.
Wow. Wow. I think you had mentioned that earlier. I didn't really realize that it was grand finals, but that is impressive, especially considering the level of competition. Has he been playing for a while now, Sam Show?
I think so. Yes.
Okay, cool. So I'm super excited to see that because he's going up against another strong player in Dustin. So that's going to be a fun game to watch. It looks
Exactly.
like Mackie. I'm not sure if that is our next match, but it looks like that is the last game of winners round 1. After that, winners round 2 is pretty much decided. The winner of Mackie versus I think the name is Wero Asamia.
Yeah,
Uh,
bueno, Samilla is a Charlotte player, and he's one of the best here in Mexico.
okay, wow. So we got a very patient Jube in Mackie going up against Asamia, Wero Asamia, Charlotte. And the winner of that match, notably, is going to be going up against AR Robert, winners round 2. So things are going to start getting pretty wild pretty quickly here.
Yeah, exactly. And I think I'm gonna have to leave now again for my match in
Yeah,
losers,
for sure.
and I'll be back in a couple of minutes. All right?
Cool. All right, no problem. I'll see you in a bit.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm seeing Mackie in the lobby, so that will be our next match. Excited to see this. Wiro Asamia, I'm not sure if I've seen them play before, but Charlotte. A lot of players complain about Charlotte, but despite that fact, for me, it's a fun character to watch. Very well-rounded character, can be defensive, can be offensive. So Jube versus Charlotte, I'm looking forward to it. At least that's what I'm assuming we're going to see here. Players are currently picking their characters. And it looks like potentially an issue with the lobby. We'll have to wait that out. But in the meantime, it looks like we have some activity in winners round 2 that I'll get into. As I mentioned earlier, Guzman and Basher were the first game up in winners round 2. A very high profile match, but it looks like that was played off stream, and Guzman takes that 2-1 over Basher. I'm going to go ahead and link the bracket one more time for those of you who might want to follow us at home. So it looks like Guzman over Basher. The next match, which hasn't been played yet, is Shmoo, who we're all very familiar with, versus Rouletas. I'm going to assume that's how it's pronounced. My apologies if that's not accurate. Looks like that's being played off stream, so we're going to have to wait for the results on that. Violent Kane versus Xavier, another match which should be interesting. Sinister versus Zook. AR Robert versus the winner of Mackie and Wero Asamia. Still waiting for that part of the bracket to take shape. And 210 Nem goes down 1-2 to Hero. Hero takes that one, so that match has also been decided. Hero and Guzman are currently sitting in winners quarterfinal, waiting for their opponents. And then we have Kotir and Killian, and then, as we said earlier, Dustin versus Cypher. So things are moving quickly. Losers bracket still taking shape. We're going to see how that plays out. But, right away, we're going to start getting into some high-profile matches. Personally, I'm looking forward to watching some Violent Kane. I've been trying to pick up Hal recently just to sort of round out my playstyle. And Violent Kane has a very strong Hal. So I'm hoping we get to see some of him tonight. So I've gotten some word. It looks like Wero Asamiya and Maki are having troubles connecting. We're gonna have to handle that off stream. We're moving on to the next match, which will be Kotir versus Killian. Killian, if I'm not mistaken, a very strong Yashimaru going up against, I would assume, Kotir Earthquake, though I know Kotir has been messing around with the Roja since she came in. He looks like another Roja fan in Kotir. So historically, Kotir, he's going Earthquake, no questions asked. But now we're wondering, is it going to be a Roja? So this should be fun. See what happens here. We could have the two bird representatives going against each other potentially. No other movement in the bracket as of right now. But it looks like Kotir is ready to go. So hopefully we'll have this match going shortly for you. Trying to adjust on the fly here. We definitely appreciate y'all's patience. I think we all know how these lobbies can be. It looks like both players are in. And once again, Killian pretty confident going Yash. Kotir, not so sure. As I said, historically, Earthquake, and I can see it right here. It is a Roja, so we got a bird battle. A Roja, sort of a divisive character. Some people say she's quite strong. Some people say she's quite middling or average at best. With a lot, a lot of interesting tools. I think it's going to take a little while to really determine where she sits as far as tiers are concerned. But one thing is for certain, that hop is odd, and it definitely hurts her. So Kotir looking to establish the range game. Goes under Killian. Looks like he's moving away, but then pushes forward with that air DP. Fireballs again. He's definitely respecting the fact that Killian can throw that sword, and that makes sense. Probably a very potent tool in this match. 5C whiffs. Killian with a strong punish. Knocks Kotir down. Kotir right away says, "Get me out." Wow. That 5C from Aroha, one thing is for certain. That 5C does major damage. Couple hits, and Kotir is in the lead. As is Samcho, takes it with a nice punish right there. Kotir Zeroha looking to be potentially a problem here. Let's see if Killian is prepared. JC, wow. Is he going to get him? Wow. Yeah, that WFT, legitimate anti-air properties. Killian now weaponless. Needs to find a way to get this back. Loses opportunity to punish the throw. However, he mashes it out to get that weapon back. Kotir, Killian, relatively even on life. Kotir has got a lead at this point. 42 seconds in. Oop, with throw. Big damage potential. Killian gets the JC. Kotir wanting to create a little bit of space now. Gets punished twice by the 66B. 66D knocks him down. Wow. And that, I've definitely noticing that from Kotir. Killian takes the round, but Kotir has been doing a lot of jumping back to try and make Killian think that he's trying to get away, and he goes in with the air DP. But he got punished for it that time. Killian now pressing. Is this going to work again? It does not. Are we ready for a good punish? We are not. It looked like a misinput. Killian pops. Kotir backing off. Woof. Gutsy move there. Killian pressing, gets the throw. Kotir now pops. Killian now burst is gone. Now I don't. Oh, air dash? Okay. Nope. Goes for the throw. It serves the same purpose. It's hard to WFT these two characters with their double jumps. Kotir's burst now gone, so we have something of an even match here. Oop, whips 5C, gets punished for it. No resources left for either player. Kotir in the orange, gets thrown. Good conversion from Killian. And some more aggressive movement from Kotir. No, it looks like now, oof, that 5C is legitimate anti-air, and it does so much damage. Roha, an interesting character to say the least. Fireball, anti-air is Killian. And now Kotir is lead, and Killian has to figure out how he's going to get in. Oh. 26 seconds on the clock. He's, Kotir's keeping him out so far, but 23 seconds, it might be a little tough. Oop. And that, okay. Punishes, but not all the way. And, quickly we're back at even life. 17 seconds. Wow. Air Feather takes it. Kotir takes game 1. Interesting round there from both of those players. They have a lot of unique air movement, these two characters, both with double jumps. And, it's still early for Roja, so we're not entirely sure, or at least I'm not. I think, the jury's still out on how strong this character is. But I think this is a matchup that I myself am not totally familiar with yet. So it's interesting to watch it play out. Killian, he was able to force himself in. Kotir was playing something of an in and out, trying to focus on the zone. Killian able to find himself getting in just by pressing, but ultimately Kotir takes it at a by a very close margin. So still anybody's game as far as I'm concerned. I don't know about y'all, but it's interesting to watch this play out because, as I said, Aroha is still very new. Okay. 6-6B. Killing with the throw. Good conversion. DP. Wake up reversal from Kotir. Hard to punish right there. Some air movements. A little bit of air neutral. The sweep puts Kotir on his back. How's he going to punish this? Oh, whiff throw. No punish. He gets punished. 6-6C. Okay, Kotir with the air Tatsu. Gets a knockdown. Not a lot of damage, but gets a knockdown. Kotir now trying to pressure. Goes into a feather. 6-6B. Oof. And once you get that shoulder check from Aroha, there's nothing you can do about that. Bursting is not an option because you're airborne. Killian again mashing out the sword pickup. I respect it. Good punish on the Tatsu. Get a little bit of chip at this life that is very viable. Okay. Aroha with her hop is going to struggle to get in to punish that sword throw. Killian takes that first round off of 2D. Okay, Kotir establishing something of his own in game again. And it's interesting. Ooh, there it is. That 5C. To be respected. So much damage. Okay, Killian with the grab. Has some work to do. He's currently at about, I'd say, 45% health. Kotir with most of his life bar. Taking a little bit of damage now, though. Kotir enraged. And wow, cool. Killian, quick work. Can he get out? Very nice. Very nice. Changing his arc with the sword throw. Yeah, it's going to be hard to WFT this character as an anti-air with his air movement. Same for Roja, though. Kotir pressing now. He goes under, gets the kick. Again, see, she's very good. That fireball, you have to respect it. And, you start to feel the pressure. You want to get in, and then all of a sudden, boom, 5C. And it does huge damage. Killian, though, early lead with the run-up throw. 5B. 6-6D whiffs. And I'm going to assume that was a frame trap. That close feather is relatively plus. Oop. Tatsu. No punish, and I don't blame him. It's tough to punish. 6B. Excuse me. Killian now, I wouldn't say decisively. Okay, can you get out? This time you cannot. It was a little too late. Kotir not being sort of dissuaded from trying to anti-air with that WFT. However, Kotir pops his resource, trying to keep Killian from getting his weapon. Killian is able to get the weapon back. So that's a big win for Killian. If he can survive out, wow. So famous last words on my part. Kotir able to get the Isin off of Killian's Yash in the air. Easier said than done. Kotir's Aroha takes it 2-0. And it's really interesting. As I said earlier, this character, it's still early. A lot of people have very strong opinions on this character and very wildly different opinions on this character. I don't think anything about that matchup is going to say, hey, this is where she stands. But it's going to be interesting to watch that character progress. Kotir playing her very well. taking 2 games over Killian's Yash with that character. And Killian is a very strong Yash, so that was a good showing from Kotir. And as I mentioned earlier, as I take another look at the bracket, we're going to start getting into a lot of really strong matches really quickly. One thing that's progressed over here on the bracket side is Sinister X was going up against Zook. He wins. Violent Kane went up against Xavier. He wins. Both those games 2-0. So we got Violent Kane versus Sinister X in winners quarterfinal. That's definitely going to be an interesting fight. It looks like, I don't know if I mentioned it before, but Hero went over 210 Nem. I think I did. So talking about winners round 2, there's still a couple matches to be played. We got Shmoo and Roulettas and Dustin versus Cypher. Looks like we're still trying to figure out Maki versus Wero Asamiya, but the winner of that is still going to face Robert in winners round 2. So looks like we got a match started here. I'm not entirely sure who it is. I'm sure I'll find out shortly. Oh, perfect. Maki Wero. So it looks like we were able to figure that out. We're going to get to watch this match. So Maki, one of my favorite players to watch from this region. He is very passive. And as Angel mentioned last week and this week, Mexico known to be more aggressive. However, Maki more passive for, taking into consideration the locale. So, and I love that defensive play. So I always enjoy watching Maki. Wero, I'm familiar of the name. He plays Charlotte, but I can't remember his style of play. We're going to have to check this out. Bayonet lunge. They're both looking to establish spacing early on. Fireball. And I like it. Very patient start to
I'm
this.
back.
Hey, what's going on, man? So we got Maki Wero now.
All right, this is gonna be an interesting match.
For sure. It seems to have been a slow start, and they're really feeling each other out. Maki getting cornered, though. Trying to push out, ends up getting knocked down for it. No, I mean, ooh, I did not know that. Was that a low parry? I think it might have been. Now, I know that Jubei can parry certain specials, and sometimes they have, like, weird properties. Like, do you do the up, the mid, the low? You wouldn't expect it, but, sometimes he can parry those specials, and that was very cool. I've never seen that done. Despite that, however, Maki currently in the orange. Wero now recently in the orange, but he has a lead. Trying to establish some space here. I respect it. 14 seconds on the clock. Both players currently in rage. Maki pushing in. He's even the life lead. He might actually even have the lead now. He definitely does now. 8 seconds on the clock. Wero not pushing too hard. Trying to cut. Oop. That was a deep jump in. He doesn't really convert on it as much as he could. And Maki takes the first round off of JB, it looks like. Okay, Wero, little flutter of aggression there to start, but then goes back to that space. However, this is the second round where Maki gets pushed to the corner. I think that's more of a byproduct of his defensive playstyle. However, he is out. He acknowledges that he can't spend all of his time in the corner. Nice punish from Maki. That was very nice. I'd say they're very even on life right now. Runs under. Easy, tough to do against Charlotte. Ooh, empty jump into WFT. Maki with one game is going to take it. And Wero now needs to guard those swords. Ooh, Maki takes a little bit of damage, but gets the sword back. Currently, he's got about, 15. Now I'd say about 10% life. Wero probably just slightly under 50. 23 seconds on the clock. WFT, a little bit of chip. And I think at that range, Charlotte couldn't punish that easily. I could be mistaken, maybe 6-6B. But we didn't see it there if it was possible. Oh, I think that was DP and he didn't get it. Right now, Maki in just a slight life deficit. Even if he can't win this round, now he's got the lead and it's on Wero to get in. Are you going to spend your resource? If he can get Wero to spend that resource,
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, questionable decision. Didn't work out. One round each now. Another slow start. I like to see it. Wero about 50% on the rage, gets the throw. Mackie, what will you do? He pops. Fireballs, maybe trying to get a little bit of chip. Doesn't want to push too hard. Goes in. Excuse me. Gets a little bit of damage for it. His burst meter is now gone. Okay, anti-airs with the universal overhead. Blocks. Can't punish though, I guess, from that range. Universal overhead again. 6-6D. JB. And Mackie playing very patient. He doesn't have what I would call a decisive life lead, but he does have a lead. 6-6D puts Wero in the orange. JB again. We saw that situation just moments ago. And Mackie now is sort of poking Wero to death. You got to acknowledge that he is in rage. So that's very scary. Wero's got to pop, yeah, because he is just pixels of life. Okay. For the first game, I could totally respect that. He needed to get a lot of life down really quickly. Wanted to see if Mackie was pressing buttons. Mackie did not. DP whiffs. Mackie punches to take game one.
I'm gonna take this moment to remind players to check in before your matches. Don't forget to do that before the match starts. If you win but you didn't check in, you're gonna have to take the L,
Okay.
as
Very
I just
important
did.
to note.
Yeah, it's important to know because it just happened to me.
Oh,
I
no.
won my match and I forgot to check in, so
Oh,
I'm out of the tournament. And
uh,
there is no one special here. The rules apply to every single one of us.
yeah, and I think that's why you guys run such a tight tourney. I mean, we're gonna be, top eight's gonna start shaping up really quickly, and I think that's because you guys are running a tight ship here. But here we go. Game two. Mackie currently up 1. We're gonna see how this turns out. In my mind, there's nothing decisive about that first round. We need to see what happens here. I'm sort of sitting back. Go ahead.
It was just something funny. Like, does anyone know what happened to Wedo's flag?
Oh yeah, good call. Where are you from? Where?
Wedo's from Mexico also.
Well, there it is. Good call. You made it happen. Now, Mackie had a strong lead out the gate, but now the life is much closer. He notices that Wero has rage, or had rage, and Mackie sort of flails to get out of there. He does, but it costs him a little bit of life. Now, I think Wero could have punished that, to be completely honest. However, big throw conversion here from Mackie. Look at that damage. Very respectable damage, especially against Charlotte. Oop. Okay, throw. And now Mackie's lead is very slim. Wow. I'm not sure if that was A or a B, but whatever it was did the job. First round going to Mackie. I think that was a WFT. Wow. Deep jump in, universal overhead. Didn't combo. And Mackie is really just poking him to death right now. He's at about 50% health, and none of it was from big hits. It's a lot of small hits. Good block there on the overhead. Wero goes in for the throw, not wanting to be denied. Gets a slight lead over Mackie now. That low kick can really start to get to you. Who likes being knocked down that many times? 6-6A. Mackie now in the orange. Oh, with throw. Eats JC for it, but it could have been worse. Decides the block. Still not sure if Charlotte has a punish for that at range. She might not. intense. Mackey's in the red. Wero's still pushing, deciding he does not want to try and take a defensive posture. Mackey's fighting back. However, Wero takes that round off of with punish 2B. Okay, last game or last round of this game. Mackey on match point. Both players have all their resources. Now Wero, ooh, that's bad. No SSM though. No SSM from Mackey. Okay. Whiff throw from Wero gets decent punish from Mackey. And Mackey pressing buttons, not afraid of Eason right now. Okay. Eason is now gone from Wero. That looked like the startup of a DP, but it was light, so there was no invul on that. And Wero now in a tough spot. A lot of life to make up. No more meter. A long road ahead. Most certainly can be done, but he's probably going to have to take his time to make it happen.
He needs to watch out for the deflect, because that may not be good for him. I mean, he still has the rage bar, right? But anyway.
He does. No, and that's a great point. I think when you get to this point in the match in that sort of situation, you really are trying to think about, hey, how am I going to land that deflect? Because right now I need big damage, and SSM is, obviously able to make that happen. However, Mackey takes it 2-0 over Wero. So Mackey is going to be moving on, and if I'm not mistaken, he will be taking on AR Robert in winners round 2. Okay, so I think with that match, we're officially out of winners round 1. Winners round 2 already in progress. A few more matches left to be played there. So we're moving right along here. Okay, talking about winners round 2, looks like Shmoo is going up against Roulettes. Shmoo, I know for Tam Tam, last time I saw Shmoo play, he did play Tam Tam. Roulettes, I'm not as familiar with. Do you know who they happen to play, Angel?
Yeah, he uses Basara, he uses Shizumaru, and, well, he uses a couple of more characters, but mainly those two and Haomaru.
Cool. So maybe we'll see something interesting. I definitely would not complain about seeing a Basara. It seems like that character is not as represented as I hope he'd be, but I'm sure that there's probably a good reason for that.
Yeah, and Shmoo uses Tam Tam as his main character, but he also uses Haomaru.
Yeah, Haomaru, a very popular secondary. Shizu as well. Hao is just pretty solid all around and very fundamental. I've been playing him a lot myself recently, and off of a whiff punish, that 5C is very viable. So if you really got your reactions down, you can just really hack people to pieces with Hao. Definitely a good character to pick up as a secondary.
Yeah, definitely.
So it looks like we're moving right into this. I think I saw Tam Tam. I did not see who we got from Roulettes, so it's going to be a nice reveal here. It is Shizu. No one's going to argue with that pick. Always a good pick. We have to assume that Shmoo has a lot of experience against Shizu at this point. Roulettes pressuring. He's just going in, 6-6D again. Shmoo cornered, but I think when you're playing Tam against some of these characters, especially higher tier characters, you got to be used to being in the corner. However, he gets out with relative ease. And I think that's sort of the caveat. If you're going to be cornered, are you able to get out when you need to? And he does. Waits. That was an SSM.
That was the sentence. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Unfortunate. There's no guarantee he's going to get that opportunity again. Ooh, that was scary. He does not miss the WFT. Roulettes is now in a tough spot, and we're going for chip. Ooh, he jumps over. Very cheeky play there from Roulettes. Okay, 15 seconds on the clock. Roulettes in the reds. Needs to find a way to get in. Oh, whiff throw. That's going to close it out. Very strong first round from Shmoo there. Okay, round 2. Rouletta's seemingly not pushing as hard as he was that first round. Who am I to say? 6-6C. Ooh, JC. JB crosses up. Ooh, nice anti-air from Shmoo. Ooh, nice instant overhead from Shmoo. Rouletta's now with rage. Of course, he's really pressing. Shmoo has identified the situation. Oh my goodness, right through the skull. Dead.
Wow, that was Ethan level 1, right?
I couldn't tell you. Yeah, it definitely wasn't level 1, but it took the round. Ooh, again. You almost wonder if that was accidental. That was so quick. Why do it so soon? But maybe he is wanting to react to those fireballs now.
Yeah, but does tap go through fireballs now?
Oh, off of level 1. Good point. That I do not know. I should be more familiar with this character than I am. You know, playing Kyo, I find this is it's not a terrible match, so I haven't put too much thought into it because I felt like I haven't had to. But I don't think level 1 is invul.
Me neither.
Okay, Rouletta's is down. He's entered the orange. Shmoo, you know, of course, playing Tam in the corner.
Yeah, Shmoo is one of those players who is very comfortable in the corner.
And that's good. Like, I feel like you have to be, and that's probably the mark of a good Tam. Empty jump from Rouletta's. Excuse me. Gets the throw. Converts. Slowly evening up that life bar. He's not quite there yet. Ooh. Okay. Pop from Shmoo. Good call. Excuse me. Rouletta's, it looked like he didn't want to get the SSM. He just wanted to get damage quickly before Shmoo could respond. However, Shmoo immediately bursts. Probably the right call. Grab forces Rouletta's burst. Rouletta's. Shmoo, his resource now gone. Rouletta's presses. Shmoo not ready for the dodge. And now he's in a really tough spot. Look at that. He's got pixels left. Goes to pick up his weapon. Ends up eating the air umbrella spin. Rouletta's taking that first game, despite Shmoo playing very well.
Yeah, I think Shmoo was dominant in this match, but Rouletta's chose the right spots to attack him on wave punishes, and you know, and he adapted.
For sure. And I feel like, you know, they were very even on life. Shmoo's rage burst ends before Rouletta's, and Rouletta's just says, okay, it's time to go in. He does. Shmoo wasn't ready. And that really was all it took. However, Shmoo, there was not necessarily anything he did wrong there. In fact, I'd say he played very well there. So I think he needs to stick to the plan and maybe just a little bit more situational awareness will take him the game. But right now, going into game 2, I'd say it's anybody's game at this point. Let's see. We'll have to see how this plays out here. Okay, very nice conversion from Shmoo there. Now, one thing I have noticed, Rouletta's is very good with the JDs, not just the fireballs. He was JDing a lot of 2Ds darn near perfectly. Does get a grab, converts. Shmoo once again cornered, but this is just how it goes. Gotta be careful with those jumps, though. I understand the urge. Shizu in your face is very scary, but you're gonna be getting JC'd if you do that too much. Nice anti-air. Decides not to block any of those skulls. That was not a combo. Okay, and he survives Shizu's rage, which is a big victory. That's a scary situation to be in. He survives and he's out. Very nicely done. Now he's got a lot.
Nice anti-air skull.
For sure. 6 seconds. Shmoo in the deficit. He's got to find. Oh, I think that 5C was viable, just a little bit late.
Yeah, exactly. He must be feeling disappointed.
Yeah, so I think he's going to have to sort of center himself. I would say he's losing on small mistakes, so he shouldn't get down on himself quite yet. Easier said than done. Whiff throw. Okay, goes drain a WFT off the grab. Good call. What are you going to do? Is he going to roll? Nope, stays in the corner. I feel like now you really got to capitalize on the situation. Runs up and throws. Very good. Very good call. He knew he was going to go right for it. Wake up DP, though. Gutsy move, and it works out. Shmoo is now in a slight deficit. Blocked 2C, blocked 6-6D. Shmoo with the punish, very good on that. Oh, gosh, just run up throw. Shmoo pops, whip the throw, eats the air umbrella spin. And, you know, you use your resource at this point. There's no reason to be sheepish. You got to get this win. A big read from Rouletas. It did not really pay off for him. He sort of gives that round to Shmoo, but that could be a sign of confidence. He said, whether or not this hits, I don't really care. I feel like I can close this game out. Okay, empty jump. Oh, misses a WFT conversion, though. Nice anti-air. Ooh, wow, that was scary. Whiff close 5C. Shmoo with a decent life lead now. Ooh.
Shmo needs to watch out for Jesus SSM. I think he's abusing the skull.
That's a good point. That's a good point. I would have been in trouble because I forgot about it myself. Ooh, JC. Ooh, very nice instant overhead with the float there. Cross up spin. I think that's going to do it. Rouletas takes it 2-0. And Shmoo played very well. I think just a couple small things was enough to cost him that game.
Was winners, right? We're still in
Yes.
winners.
Yes.
All
So
right.
Shmoo is
We're
very much alive.
yeah, exactly. We're gonna see more of Shmoo in the losers bracket, and in the meantime, we're gonna go to our next match: Sinister X versus Violent Kane. This should be an interesting match.
For sure, yeah. Winners quarter. It's our first match of winners quarter. So the winner of this match is going to go into top 8 winners. I personally, you know, I mentioned it earlier. I'm very excited to watch Violent Kane. I've been learning how, and I think Violent Kane is a very strong how. As far as people that play, excuse me, how exclusively, I definitely think he's someone to keep an eye on. So I'm super excited to see him. Sinister X, pretty consistent at this point with his Shiki. Almost always has good results. And I really attribute that to just his development as a player. If you looked at Sinister X, you know, 3 or 4 months ago, he just had one mode, and that mode was go in. And I feel like he's rounded out his play style quite a lot. I mean, the goal still is to go in, but he's more selective in how he does that and the spots he picks. And I think that is a big reason why he's turned into such a consistent player at this point.
Definitely. He still is a very aggressive player, but he's learned now to contain himself, right? And just to explode whenever the opportunity arises.
For sure. And I think you chose the right word, opportunity. He waits for the right opportunity now, not just any opportunity. And I think it's really paid off for him. Violent Kane, as I mentioned, very strong how, potentially the how to watch as far as people who main how. So always exciting to watch him play. Just very consistent with his DPs, and how doesn't have a lot of flash. What he has is, you know, big damage in most situations. And that being said, I feel like you have to be prepared for the DP at all times to really get the most out of how. And in my experience watching Violent Kane, he most certainly is prepared for those DPs. So wait a minute. I'm seeing a Roja. I'm a little disappointed, but move that disappointment aside, this is intriguing.
He's been playing Roja for the past weeks. I mean, this week and the past week.
Really?
Yeah, and he has a pretty solid Roja, to be completely honest. I mean, he's no joke.
I believe it. Now, I'm not super familiar with a lot of Violent Kane's history, but if you look at Aroha's tools, theoretically, those fireballs combined with that DP, you can play a very basic game plan, a very traditional, almost ST kind of game plan with this character and have some success.
Yeah, definitely. And this is what we're seeing here.
That cross up JC is no joke. Nice DP.
And there you go, Fireball into DP.
So there's a lot of things to be said about Aroha, especially she can become really, really, really annoying. And you talk about characters that can really test your patience. I think Aroha is at the top of that list. Just very potent fireball DP game, as we see right there. Plus that, whiffs. Wow. Okay, whiffs the 5C. Violent Kane does. Sinister ready for the punish in the WFT. Great situational awareness there. However, he is still down in the life. Okay, 6D, I think that is. Violent Kane's able to get his weapon back. Getting back to the original point, Aroka is really good at frustrating you, especially when you play this style. So this is really going to be a test of Sinister's patience. Okay.
We're going to see what adaptations he has to make. If the aggressive play is what's going to work in this matchup, or if he has to be extra patient. And if he is extra patient, I think we're gonna see a different Sinister X after this tournament.
For sure. And I feel like a Roja is almost a skill check in the sense that you have to be ready to JD. I feel like JD is almost essential to playing this matchup well. If you can JD all those feathers, she is not nearly as potent. But the question is, are you prepared to do that? That being said, second round here, Sinister X commanding lead. Ooh, whip throw, good punish. At this point, Sinister X just needs to close this out. It's up to him how he goes about doing that. Because I think this is where you beat Aroha. A decisive lead, you're JDing consistently. I feel like there's little she can do with that hop that she has instead of a dash. Sinister X goes in, though, closes it out with the JC.
Yeah, exactly, because you force her not to throw you any more fireballs. I mean, you're not gonna want to give your opponent a rage bar.
Yeah, and not just that. If Chip is off the table because you're JDing, then you have to go in. And you kind of want a Rohan to do that because that would be her biggest weakness, at least when she approaches from the ground. That hop is just not as good as a run. Okay. And there it is. I've said it before, and I'm not afraid to say it again. I know some people disagree, but she, when played this style, Roja is reminiscent, in my opinion, of Sagat from old Sagat from Super Turbo. She's just great at throwing out fireballs, and you jumped in, bad move, and there it is again, just super frustrating.
And that was definitely SSM.
I believe it, and I think that would have been a good call. Okay, Violent Kane burst back. Oh, whiff throw, and that's going to be it. Sinister played well, but I feel like when you are not JDing all those feathers properly, you start eating them to the face. It's super easy to break against Aroha. I feel like she'll break you. It's a very frustrating character to fight when things aren't going your way.
Yeah, definitely. And I don't believe, I mean, Sinister X has been playing Haomaru as a secondary character. I I'm not sure if he's going to switch to Haomaru or if he's just going to change the strategy and stick to um, Shiki.
It looks like he has picked Shiki, but speaking of Hal against Aroha, he has that running DP. And that thing has a lot of horizontal range. It moves very far forward. before it goes up. And during most of that forward movement, it is invul. So how against the Roja, you can run full. Ooh, wait, I'm just gonna shut up real quick and let's focus on what's on the screen. Sinister X, good lead so far. Decides to keep pressing though. He could just JD. Oop, whiff DP. Aye, not what he wanted. Still has
Yeah,
a lead.
she gives DPs kind of weird. I mean, it goes. It's kind of like Charlotte's, I think.
Yeah, it's got a strange angle. I mean, the plus side of it is it can be tough to SSM if you're not prepared for it. But it does have an interesting angle. Whip throw. Sinister needs to chill. He needs to chill. He's pushing too hard. This worked out for him, but he still needs to close this round out. Let's close this round out, and then we can talk. Violent Cane, though, down to pixels. Universal overhead from Sinister takes round one. Ooh, okay. Violent Cane, that's not the first time those DPs have been off the mark. And that's a scary thing to whiff. You can get punished super hard for that. Now that right there, now that I'm seeing it, that's a good button. The Shiki 66A is has a really dominant hitbox. So I can see that being strong in this matchup. Run under 66C, I think that is. Universal overheads. There you go. JDs. At this point, you know, it's up to Sinister, but if he wanted to, he could just JD all day. Nice jump in. No conversion, though. You're just observing at this point. Sinister has Violent Cane corner. Cross up. Violent Cane, despite being in the deficit, just still going away. And right here, I mean, really, as I said earlier, he can just JD all darn day if he feels like it. Because he has a pretty, I don't want to say decisive, but a strong life lead. 7 seconds on the clock. JD. JD. 3 seconds. Oh. Okay. That's a win for, ooh, I don't know if I agree with that. I was going to say.
And he closes it out with weapon flipping technique.
Yeah, and you know, it worked out for him. I don't agree with that move, but since he took that win, I'm not going to question him on it. Not what I would do, but it worked out. Now, if I'm not mistaken, that's 1-1 now, correct?
I believe so, yes. The first match, Valentin won the first match.
Cool. So 1-1, you know, it really seems like Sinister caught on in that game. So I was gonna say, is Violent King gonna switch it up? He says, no, I'm liking Aroha, I'm gonna stick with it. So interesting. That second game, Sinister really figured it out and made it work. Let's see what happens here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the first thing Sinister needs to consider doing during the entire third match is JDing, as you said. If he starts JDing from the very beginning, Rylan Kane is gonna have to go in, you know, because you don't want to give your opponent rage.
For sure. And I think that is Shiki's main weakness, is having to go in, especially from the ground. Her ground movement is pretty anemic. Her movement, different story, but still, I feel like develop a lead in JD, she's gonna have to come in eventually. I think that that's the way to win this matchup. So right now, relatively even. Good punish from Violent Cane. Takes a more convincing life lead. Sinister with full rage seems to be pressing. He's to really consider his approach though. Yeah, it doesn't take eating a couple feathers to the face to really tilt you. Okay, Violent Cane being evasive here. $22 seconds on the clock. There's definitely a strong life. Oof. Okay, 2. Yeah, 3. 4. It's frustrating. I feel his pain. Oh, I respect it. Okay, he didn't die for it, but didn't work out. I guess no harm, no foul at this point. However, he's in a very, very major deficit at this point. Okay, 8 seconds. Ooh. I was going to say Violent Cane rolls into the corner, but a trade there closes it out. Violent Cane match point. Let's see if Sinister... Ooh, bad news. Doesn't go... Sinister eats it. Still early in the life lead, but he needs to get that weapon back or he's going to regret that move. He needs to get it back quickly.
Very clever by Violent Cane. He decides to go raw with the weapon flipping technique so Sinister wouldn't pop.
Oh, wow. Catches the backdash on the WFT. It looked to me like Sinister just let that rip, and it worked out for him. Ooh, Violent Cane mashes the weapon pickup. Okay, 37 seconds on the clock. Nice DP. Violent Cane. Ooh, my goodness. 2C just connects. Ooh, deflect. Violent Cane pops. He said, I interpret that move as I want to win right now. We're ending this round. Empty jump, empty jump. Sinister pops. Oh. And Sinister, Aroha approached at the same time, so it sort of changed the range that Sinister was thinking she would be in. So the throw didn't come out. Aroha hops, gets the throw, and that closes it out. Violent Cane takes a 2-1. And an admirable showing from Sinister against this new character, this new and really potent when it comes to tilting character in Aroha. Good showing from Sinister X, but it doesn't work out for him. He will be moving down to the losers bracket, and Violent Cane's going to be moving into top 8. And that is our first that's our first player to move into top 8, and it looks like our next match is going to be Cotier versus Dustin. Dustin, I don't know if I reported earlier, but he did take it over Cypher 2-1. Cotier, Dustin going against each other now for top 8 spot. This should be interesting. Dustin, his first match was very dominant. He didn't mess around. He went straight to Kazuki. Cotier, I'm going to assume, is going with Aroha again. This should be interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I miss Earthquake,
Me
his
too.
signature character. And everybody seems to have the Iroha fever, and I'm not very sure if I like that. But anyway, they probably feel ready to to enter a tournament. They use them. We just saw it with Violent Cane. We saw it last week with Guzman, who also chose Iroha throughout the entire tournament, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll see what Cotier decides to do.
For sure. And I'm with you on missing the EQ there. Now, obviously, Cotier needs to pick who he wants to pick. But I saw on Twitter earlier, Cotier changed his profile picture to Aroha. Pretty darn official in this day and age. So I'm predicting Aroha.
Whoever he decides to choose, I'm pretty sure this is going to be an interesting match.
It should be. And Dustin, he seems to be taking his time on the character select screen. He does go with Kazuki. A good call. That, in my opinion, that is his main. No time to mess around here. So we're going to have Cotier Aroha versus Dustin Kazuki. Winner goes in the top 8. Okay, let's get to it. It'll be interesting to see. Okay, there it is again. That's sort of quickly turning into the Cotier special. Jump away into DP. It makes sense to me because so much backward movement to be able to quickly move forward in an aggressive posture is very strong. But I feel like that's something that can be caught onto. So he might want to just be a little bit careful with that. Ooh, nice 5C. And that button, one of the complaints about, screen change. Thank you very much, Marco. Yeah, you're good. One of the big complaints about Aroha is that she doesn't really do a ton of damage. I feel like she kind of makes up for it with that 5C. It can be difficult to land it, but when you do, tons of damage.
Yeah, definitely. And little by little, she builds on the damage, right?
For sure. And not just that, I think she might not do a ton of damage as far as the life bar is concerned, but she sure as heck can do mental damage once she gets going. He Dustin with a nice punish there. He doesn't close it out completely, and then wow, just
Oh
5C
wow.
neutral. Yeah. I guess he thought, what's the harm? And it worked out. JB. Ooh, is that going to legit punish? It does not. Cotier trying to get away. Eats a 6-6C, which is not bad for a punish for a WFT. There's that jump away DP again. Throw 5C. Cotier currently with a slight lead. 48 seconds on the clock. Oh, wow. There was no conversion off of it, but the fireball punishing the 5C. And Dustin is trying to push those fireballs. Building those charges. Oh. Okay. Oh, my goodness. I feel like that was almost an input error, but it worked out. Now, what I'm noticing is Aroha, it's hard for Dustin to build those stocks with Kazuki if Cotier is filling the screen with feathers. So that's pretty interesting. Dustin, however, does have rage. It's gone now. But I feel like when Kaz has rage, he needs to respect it with those feathers. Oh, no conversion there. Gets it that time. Things are slowed down a little bit here. 6-6C again. And there's this weird give and take between building charges and feathers. Both characters are trying to sort of, quote unquote, establish their game. It's interesting to see how it interacts. Okay, with the 5C, Dustin with a very good punish there. Cotier pops. Dustin says, I don't care. Throws at the fireball. However, Cotier was in the air, so no harm, no foul. Cotier still a lot of rage bar left. Okay. Looking like he was trying to get some sort of reaction, but wasn't able to convert on it. Dustin pops just to sort of assert some dominance. Ooh!
Wow. Godlike reflexes by Coutier with the Ascent.
Very much so, but he's got very little life left, and Dustin still has rage. Oh!
Oh, that was godlike.
First
I'm
SSM
sorry,
of the night. That was sick. Shout out to Cotier. Very well done.
Yeah, showing Dustin a little bit of bird love.
For sure. Dustin, he really Dustin is a player who's looking to make big plays. And you know, I haven't seen a ton of Dustin matches. I've seen a lot, but I guess the question in my mind is now, when the big play is made on him, for a guy who's looking to make big plays, when you eat a big play, how do you respond? So it'll be interesting to see how Dustin responds to this. I think that is what we need to be looking for right now. I don't anticipate a tilt or anything like that, but as I said, the guy who likes to make big plays just got a big play made on him. So let's see how he responds.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see if it doesn't affect him mentally, of course.
I don't anticipate it, but you always got to mention it. It's always got to be in play. Nothing of note so far. If anything, he's playing a bit more passive. Nice JD. I would argue he's taking a little bit more of a passive approach. Whiffs the throw. Eats that 5C. And man, that Aroha 5C is no joke. Ooh, very nice whiff punish off the dodge there for Dustin. Very smart play. Can he defend the weapon? Not able to. Pickup speed's very quick in this game. I think it's too late. Very nice play by Dustin. Cotier still a lot of rage bar. However, Dustin has a pretty definitive lead at this point. Closes it with a JB. Cotier going down the first round. First round goes to Dustin, but he's going into the second round with a little bit of WFT. probably not going to push, and he doesn't, which is the right call. Okay, Dustin focusing on JDing those feathers. Always a good decision in this matchup. Roja's strong projectile game means very little when you're able to JD consistently. Cotier gets the knockdown. He's got a life lead. And I feel like, those backdash cancel fireballs, it's very hard for Kazuki to convert off of a fireball catch, to convert that into big damage, because she's always moving backwards. That can I say that, though? That was a potentially death situation there. Cotier has to pop. So far, he's making it work out for him. Throw into 5C. Life bar is about even. Just about quarter of a bar left. It might be too late again. It is not. Oh, and that closes it out. Okay, so 1-1. Cotier does not have any bar, though. Dustin has full rage. It's going to go quickly with Kazuki, though. Building up charges. And once again, she's typically pretty airborne, so it's hard to convert those fireballs, I think.
Yeah, every time he's gotten hit by Kazuki Fireball, he's in the air, so he can't just go and combo or confirm the 660.
For sure, which is very interesting. Cotier in a life deficit, doing his best to get some damage. Ooh, with 5C, gets punished by the hot pants. Ooh, wow, he just lets it rip. Okay, Dustin sort of respecting here. Building up charge, building up another charge. Dustin, very slight life lead, 22 seconds on the clock. Ooh, okay. Ooh, wow. Aggressive play, and it worked out. Big damage. However, excuse me, Dustin throw into WFT. Not a darn thing Cotier can do about it because he's already spent his burst. And Dustin closes it out. Very good game here. Very good game. I feel like Dustin was, I don't want to say more composed, but he took a more slow and steady approach to that game, and I feel like it worked out for him. Sort of curious. I don't expect Cotier to go off of Aroha. He doesn't. Aroha's locked in. Dustin's definitely locked in the Kaz. I don't really have any predictions. But that first game was the two games we've had so far very strong for both players. As far as I'm concerned, this is anyone's game. So hoping for an exciting third game here. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, exactly. It can go either way.
For sure.
I mean, one thing that should be mentioned is that Cotier is kind of neutralizing Dustin's fireball game.
It feels that way, as we were talking about earlier, especially the fact. Okay, that was a mistake. Cost him a little bit of damage. And that was one of the few grounded fireballs Cotier has eaten all set. Cotier pushing a bit more now.
Nice with the Superman.
Good conversion from Dustin. Ooh. Good conversion from Cotier, and he's rewarded with strong damage. Dustin decides to eat it, which, is the right call, but he's going to have to give up that round. First round goes Cotier. Again, he's done that. It's a very tight punish for that air Blanca ball. And Cotier throws out the invul reversal. It's caught Dustin twice now. I think he's done it twice, and it's caught Dustin twice. Throw conversion to 5C has Cotier with a pretty solid lead right now. Again, he just backs off, delays slightly, catches Dustin with a 5C. It's not the first time that's happened. Dustin neutral jump, causes the throw to whiff, gets a little bit of damage. But Dustin currently in the red, 33 seconds on the clock. Needs to figure out a way to get back into this, because Cotier is currently, this is match point right here. Dustin bursts. Another tense moment. Dustin with the anti-air 660. Hot pants. No punish. Oh, very good call. From
Yeah.
Dustin.
And Cotier, I don't know. Sometimes Cotier likes to go crazy.
That was the third time. And, you know, I feel like that might have been pushing it too hard for the third time. He could do it theoretically. Oh, no throw conversion for Cotier there. I feel like in Cotier's mind, he was like, okay, I've already taken Dustin's resource. I'm willing to take the chance, and I'll go into the third round with, you know, an advantage if it doesn't work out. It didn't work out, so here we are. You know, match point for both players now. Cotier does have the meter and resource advantage here, but anything is possible as long as you have the opportunity. Dustin 616 builds a charge, chase down JC.
Match so far.
Yeah, I mean this. Oh, wow! And it catches. I was uncertain. Dustin slight deficit. Cotier pops. Ooh, that could have been it. Ah, chip.
Chipped
That
him
was a
out.
bad spot. Cotier takes it 2-1. Very good play from Cotier to take it. Dustin is a very strong player. That being said, Dustin really put up a hell of a fight there. Cotier is going to move on to top 8 winners. Dustin moving down to losers, not out of it yet, but he can't give up any more games. He's going to be going down, and I think he's going to have to play Xavier to get in the top 8, but Dustin not out yet.
Our
Ooh.
next match, Ruletas versus Guzman, I believe.
Correct. And I'm assuming Guzman is going to go with the Bird Lady. We've gotten a healthy dose of Bird Lady tonight, which is it's just great to see all these interpretations of the character, because though, you know, as I mentioned earlier, people feel like they've got this character figured out. I'm not so sure. Roulettes, we're going to see how they approach this match. But before we get into it, something needs to be said. Robert goes down to hero 2-0.
Yeah, and he's right now fighting against Basher.
Wow.
That has to be a very intense match. Unfortunately, we're not gonna have it on stream. So look out for Basher taking out Robert.
Yeah, if you have the bracket open on your end, definitely keep an eye on that. Robert, the man to beat, has been beat so far. Put in the losers bracket, so definitely keep an eye on that at home. But in the meantime, Guzman going up against Rouletas.
Yeah, and also we have Sinister versus Cypher in the losers round 4. Another match that is going to go off stream, but it's going to be definitely intense. And we'll see who qualifies to top 8.
Yeah, we're getting to the point in the bracket where winners, losers, it doesn't matter. Every single match here is of top quality. So Guzman, Aroha, as we expected. See, Rouletas going with Shizu. A moment of calm at 50 seconds.
Marco, can you help us with the names? That is Fabian, and Ruletas is fighting, I believe.
Okay, Guzman at a deficit right now. I feel like Shizu, you know, anyone can JD the feathers, and that's probably the way to go. But not only can Shizu JD the feathers, that umbrella is so easy to reflect with. I don't feel like he really cares about the feathers all that much at all. Okay, nice umbrella there. Guzman at a pretty decisive deficit right now, probably at about 15%. Now probably at about 5, maybe less. $660 close it out for Rouletas. Up 1 over Guzman. 1 round over Guzman. Round 2. Guzman potentially abandoning feathers, at least for the short term. Not quite. Definitely predicting the reflect, though. Jumps in, gets DP'd. I'm not sure if he caught him in the air there. Goes for the 5C. Good punish from Rouletas. Guzman down to start. Nice DP from him. Great reaction. Rouletas has rage now, so you better believe he's going to push. 660 puts Guzman on the ground. Nice JC from Guzman, takes the lead. Pretty even on life here. I couldn't tell you who's in the lead. It looks like Guzman. Guzman definitely in the lead right now, but Rouletta's fighting back. 660. Ooh, whip throw. And he just rips DP there. Guzman's still in the lead. Has burst. It'll be interesting to see what approach he takes. He goes for the projectile. Rouletta's predicts it. Has the reflect ready. Ooh. Aye, very good choice from Rouletta's. Guzman, no opportunity to deflect there. So Rouletas takes the first game relatively easily. They go back to the lobby. A pretty quick game. I think, obviously Guzman did not want to die with his meter still on the table, but in that situation, there was very little he could do about it. It just happened, and there was no turning back. Guzman going back to Roja, as I think we expected. He wants to see this character through. We'll see what he learned from that first round and if he has any answers. Projectile game, I feel like you can't totally abandon it. You need to establish that option. But I think Guzman is seeing that, not to say that he was pushing it to be the game plan, but we can definitely see that Shizu has options to deal with that. I don't know if Shizu cares about the feather very much. All right, so can Guzman respond?
Let's see what adaptations Guzman has to do.
Very nice DP. If there's been any observation from Guzman so far, he is ready for those DPs when he needs it. Again. 660. Doesn't block there. He might have been backdashing. 660 puts Guzman on his back. 660 again. Sort of an ambiguous looking potential cross up right there. That Aroha JC is a very strong cross up. Ooh, very deep. No conversion though. He might have been uncertain on whether or not that was going to connect, but very deep JC from Guzman. However, he's currently in the deficit. 18 seconds on the clock. Shizu knocked down. Guzman backs up. Has a little bit of a life deficit he needs to make up. Let's see how he intends to do that. 8 seconds. Guzman still in the deficit, not approaching.
I think it's still how to go in. Ooh.
I see what he was going for there. He went in and went to C, but Shizu was already in the air at that point. So that didn't work out. However, both characters have all their resources. Shizu up one round. Match point for Rouletas. That has to be acknowledged here. But Guzman is not out yet. $660. Wow. Nice.
That is nice. And that was probably an autocorrect this attempt.
It looked like it. And it'd be interesting to look at how inputs work, specifically with the Rojas forward dash, because it might have just been stored and then corrected itself regardless of side there. But Guzman taking that second game with relative ease, I feel like that puts him in a very good position going into the third round here. Nice 5C. That button, I wouldn't say it's mandatory that Aroha lands that button, but since she does so little damage otherwise, it definitely helps. Ooh, very nice movement. Baiting that out. Baiting out the DP attempt from Roulettes, and then the punish with the 5C. Very good movement for Guzman, and he is rewarded there with big damage. Okay. Deflect attempt, punished by the 5B. Feathers now coming into play. Roulettes in the red. Got a lot of rage meter. Gets the throw, decides not to WFT. Goes for damage first, which I respect. Ooh. Okay. Roulettes whiffs the throw attempt. Guzman punishes with the JC. Closes out that second game. We're currently at 1-1 here.
And this is the Guzman we all like to see, right? The Guzman who's always prepared and with the on-point reactions. Wow, and this is just in. Robert was eliminated from the tournament by Basher. Para todos los groupies de Robert, me comentan que lo acaban de eliminar. Robert está fuera del torneo. So this is a great opportunity for Guzman in the losers bracket. He's not out of the tournament yet, and he still has strong possibilities of taking this tournament and the league itself.
I had myself muted there. I totally forgot. Anyways, yeah, that's big news. We're gonna have to talk about that more in a second. But Guzman, he really adapted there in that second round with the movement and just the use of 5C. I think since the last round of last game, he's gotten 3 5Cs. Oh, again? Boom! Look at that damage. Another 5C. It's interesting to watch the adjustments. And Guzman, so good with that double jump. A lot of experience playing Yasha for so long. It's interesting to watch him use that to pull out opportunities to land the big damage. Because as I was mentioning earlier, I don't necessarily feel like she needs that to win. But considering how little damage she gets otherwise, that 5C goes a long way. Oof, talk about 5Cs. That one blocked. Oh my goodness. 2 DPs in about a less than 10-second span here. Guzman seems to be really pushing now.
And he goes with the third.
Yeah. Ooh, whiff tap.
Yeah, and that is big.
For sure. Guzman up 1 round here. At the very least, trying to take Roulette's meter from him. Another DP. And it's interesting. I wouldn't say that the first game was decisively against Guzman, but it didn't look great at the end of that. But the response in game 2 and game 3, particularly here in game 3, come game 3, he's playing dominant. And bam, it almost looked like, I don't want to say Roulettes was flustered. That's not for me to say, but Guzman seemed to snowball there in the third game.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, and I mean this is Sam Show. Anything can happen, right? And we're talking about 2 of the best players we have seen on stream. Guzman, one of the best players in the United States, and Rouletta's one of our most representative players as well.
For sure, and a lot is going on. The winner's side of top 8 is filled, and I feel like we need to talk about that real quick. It looks like it's going to be Guzman versus Violent Kane. And Hero against Cotier. But then going down to the losers bracket, as you mentioned earlier, there's been some movement. AR Robert has been eliminated by Basher. And we spoke about that earlier in the night. Robert has been sort of running away with the league so far, currently at 90 points, just so decisively. He did. Yep.
Yeah,
totally.
he did.
Yeah, so Robert has been so decisively winning the league so far. The question was, is anyone going to be able to stop him? And it looks like the combined efforts of Hero and Basher have made that happen. Robert is out without making it in the top 8. And when you consider the point total, I think it still might be too hard to catch up to Robert, but this is the best case scenario for the other players because Robert gets no points this week. He didn't make it in the top 8. So this is an opportunity for someone to try and close that gap. So this is if you've been paying attention, for Robert to go out without making it in the top 8, that's a big happenings here. That's a big deal.
Yeah, definitely. He's been taking all of his matches since the very first week. He hasn't been sent to losers in any of the past weeks, and this week was a first. Not only was he sent to losers, but he also was eliminated from the tournament. So we're gonna have to keep an eye on Basher and see how things unfold.
For sure. And I feel like I don't if you had asked me at the start of the night, obviously we talked about, who can beat Robert. That's the thing to keep an eye on. But if you had asked me who was likely to win this week, how could you not say it wasn't Robert? We were talking about who could beat him, but I don't think, at least I anticipate anybody would. But it happened.
Right. So
Okay.
there are a couple of matches that are taking place right now off stream. We're gonna take a small break until those matches are over, so we can finally have our top 8. In the meantime, Sugar, I think there is something you want to share with us.
For sure. If we have the slide ready, I'll definitely share. So, for anyone who doesn't know, I'm Sugar Bear. I'm from the States, specifically Virginia, and the DMV, as it's called, stands for DC, Maryland, Virginia, as well as Delaware. And every Thursday, we do a local online tourney. Since everything happened with COVID, we've taken our locals online, and it's been really successful for us. It's allowed us to continue to play and grow during this time where we can't meet up. As I said, this is every Thursdays at 7 p.m. It's on Bullet Will's Twitch channel. There, you can see um, the the address there at the bottom. And though it is region locked, we keep it strictly to our region. We do invite players on an application basis from the East Coast. And even if you're not eligible to apply, Thursdays, if you want to check out some Sam Show action from the States, definitely tune in and give us a look. I think you'll be happy with the gameplay.
All right, so I'm gonna just invite our Spanish speakers, uh, viewers, to Marco, if you can assist me with yours. There you go. So you can have more support, of course, right, in your stream. Can we take a look at the previous slide, Marco, please? Thank you. Bueno, pues este evento se lleva a cabo todos los jueves, el DMV Bushido. Es del área norte en Estados Unidos y lamentablemente está cerrado a únicamente gente de esta área. Pero si a ustedes les gustaría ver un poquito del estilo de los jugadores de esta área, son algunos jugadores que ya algunos de nosotros conocemos en Running Rumble, entre otros torneos online. Eh, Porfa, denle follow al canal Bullet Whale. Son los jueves a las 7 de la tarde, hora del este. Para nosotros serían las 6 de la tarde, si tienen tiempo de sintonizar su canal en Twitch. Son jugadores bastante fuertes. Si bien no se puede entrar al torneo porque está restringido el acceso a este evento, pues lo que sí se puede hacer es agregarlos para jugar en lobbies y demás. Realmente son jugadores bastante fuertes y pues bueno, a final del día apoyar un poquito la comunidad Samcho, que no se limita únicamente como quizás lo pensábamos antes de tener la oportunidad de correr esta liga aquí a México, sino que también fuera de México hay jugadores muy fuertes con quienes quizás no vamos a tener la oportunidad de jugar una reta en línea, perdón, una reta offline, pero pues siempre existe la oportunidad de jugar en línea. Entonces, si tienen oportunidad, échenle un ojo, porfa, twitch.tv/Bullet Wheel, jueves a las 6 de la tarde, hora del centro. ¿Sale? Y Marco, si me ayudas con la siguiente. Este próximo domingo 31 de mayo a las 7 de la tarde, eso sí es hora de México, vamos a tener este evento del Team CDW, que es Resurrected Warriors. Vamos a tener a 8 jugadores, esto es una invitacional, que son los mejores jugadores de Guilty aquí en México. Tenemos a Nagan, a Sachin, Shadow X, a Seo en nuestro primer team. Y luego tenemos de este lado a Waka, que es el mejor jugador de México. Mm, no a través, digo, no se determina esto a través de un torneo, ¿verdad? Todos conocemos a Waka, quienes jugamos Guilty, aunque sea un poquito. Quienes sea parte de esta pequeña comunidad sabemos de su historial. Pichón Killer, también un jugador súper, súper fuerte. Kusanagi, que tuvo por ahí la oportunidad de ganar un par de Thunderstrokes, si mal no recuerdo. Y Abel Howlett, que fue quien ganó el último torneo que se hizo en México, que fue Big Bang 5 en León. Entonces va a estar muy padre si tienen la oportunidad el domingo 31 de mayo, 7 de la noche, a través de Akendoru aquí en Twitch. Si tienen chance de una vez vayan ahí al canal, denle follow, activen las notificaciones para que este domingo 31 a las 7 no se les pase, va a estar muy muy padre. Thank you, Mark. Muy bien, bueno, nos vamos a tomar un descansito, nada más en lo que terminan los matches que están en curso fuera de stream y regresamos de volada con el top 8. So we're gonna take a small break and we'll be right back with the top 8 matches. We're just waiting for 2 matches to finish.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Arcade Rumble Sam Show League Week 4. My name is Sugar Bear. I'm here with Angel Freak. Angel, how are you doing?
Pretty good, my dude. Thank you. Are you
Awesome.
having fun?
Great fun. I mean, this is pretty um, big tournament. A lot of, I guess, unexpected surprises here. We're about to enter top 8, but before we do, I think we have to note that the definitive leader going into this week, AR Robert, has been eliminated before entering top 8. So, a lot of goings ons here, a lot of unexpected moves. So, this top 8, no AR Robert. So, a lot of good matches on the horizon. Very exciting stuff. We're entering new territory. There will be a new champion, if I'm not mistaken, for the first time in week 4.
Yeah, definitely. Do you have a favorite?
I don't, because Robert's been so dominant. I think it's up in the air. Guzman, Violent Kane, they've both been in grand finals. And I think Cypher 2, you mentioned, he was in grand finals last week. So we have all 3 of the previous grand finals participants here outside of AR Robert. So I think those have to be your favorites. But considering we had a different player each week make it in the top 8 alongside AR Robert, it's anyone's guess how this will play out. But I think you have to assume that those 3 have something of it's in their favor, just considering history.
Yeah, for sure. Well, right now we're going to wait for Marco. Can you tell me who this is in the lobby?
Cotier, I think.
That's it. So Cotier, Giro.
Going to be our first match. I have not seen Jiro play, but it's worth noting that he is who knocked AR Robert out of the winner's side of the bracket.
Yeah, and as far as I remember, he used to be a Galford main.
Oh,
I'm
wow.
not sure if he still plays with Galford, but we're just about to see.
Yeah, and on another note, we're going to be talking about AR Robert a lot, and that's because he's been so strong. But the match between Jiro and AR Robert, that was 2-0 in Jiro's favor. Okay, so it's looking like Hanzo, I should say.
Yeah, Hanzo, that's interesting.
Hmm. Going up against Kotier's Aroha, Kotier, there's been no sign of earthquake. As far as we know, it's Aroha all day for this tourney at least. And we're getting right into it. No downtime here. Now, this is a match I haven't seen very often. They both want to play a projectile game. I think what's interesting about this is Hanzo might have issues getting his offense started, because he really sort of depends on that fireball to get things rolling. Now, we did just see him slide under that backdash fireball from Aroha. That is notable. Off of the air reset, he gets a 6-6C, but gets eaten up by the DP of Cotier. Cotier currently in a pretty strong lead here. Wow, he's just letting it rip. Another DP connects. Okay.
Oil, Cotier going up and down, and he takes round 1 with a feather.
For sure. And it looks like Jiro is sort of trying to determine how he gets in here. Now, he does have rage. However, that feather is just traveling over his air fireball, so it's sort of nullifying the benefit of that air fireball. However, he catches there, gets the JC followed up by the 6-6C, so he's really maximizing the opportunities that he is getting. Oof, almost got deflected. Though I'm not sure if you can deflect that. However, Cotier responds to the WFT. Jiro, after eating the shoulder, cannot burst. Oop, punish opportunity, doesn't get it. So the question is, well, I guess now he doesn't have a choice. Jiro's going to have to abandon his weapon. I mean, he is back in proximity of the sword. Oop.
I think that was punishable.
I think so. I would have expected a throw.
Yeah, I think only light, whatever the name is of that move, is safe.
Yeah, and I guess you count the hits. But Jiro is able to punish with the Azuna drop, gets his weapon back, and he currently has a life lead over Kotir. However, Kotir he has a round over Jiro now, and the life lead at this moment. 10 seconds left, and Jiro needs to make a decision. Is he going to pop? He probably should. 6 seconds left on the clock. Got a life deficit.
I think he's gonna wait until the last second.
Makes sense. I hope he notices the situation here. You're in the air now, and he does first. Kotir is sort of tempting him to Eason. Oh.
And there it is.
Yeah. Very nice. So it's even now. One round apiece. Kotir is in rage, and he has all of his resources. Jiro, however, had to spend his burst to get into the third round, but most importantly, he's here. He has an opportunity. Very smart move, and is just enough hang time off this shuriken to save him. Second WFT, a little bit off the mark there. Okay, time to start some offense. Looks like he canceled the kick. Yeah, into the Azuna drop. Sort of a moment of hesitation or confusion there. Kotir takes advantage. Kotir currently in the deficit. But he's pushing, and he now has a lead. That looked like the heavy Tatsu there. I think that slide could have been punishable. Okay, jump. He gets anti-aired by the feather. And Jiro loses that game to the backdash feather. Kotir takes the first game up 1. It looked to me, and I don't want to make an assumption, but it looked to me that Jiro might have been somewhat unfamiliar in that matchup. It looked like there was a lot of potential punishes that went unpunished.
Yeah, definitely. And I wonder if he's going to switch to Galford. I think he stands a better chance against Iroha's feather.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point, because though the Hanzo fireball with the backdash feather, it just went right over that. So the fireball game was for the most part a non-factor there. Jiro is still on character select, nothing decided yet.
Yeah, exactly. And also, I think Poppy is going to be a very useful tool. And no, he sticks to Hanzo. I mean, when Iroha jumps or double jumps, I think he just can throw Poppy and deal with the double jump.
At the very least, gain advantage, right? So I agree with you. I wasn't thinking about that, but I think what you're saying makes a lot of sense. However, he does go with Hanzo. He must have something in mind, or there's a reason for it. Let's see what he can come up with here. Kotir going heavy on the deflect attempts here. Now it's interesting. Typically, the shuriken from Hanzo is really a non-factor, but you're seeing Jiro use it with some, I'd say pretty good success so far. Not a lot of damage, but can be a nuisance. And you just typically don't see it land, and I've seen it land several times, so that's interesting.
Yeah, he can use them at least not to land on top of the feather when he's jumping.
Yeah, he used it to get away from the WFT, and that was very smart. Now, I'm noticing, ooh, there it is. And I wonder what the read was. Kotir's really been throwing out those deflects since the start of this round. That was the third deflect. It connected. He gets the SSM, very stylish, and he takes the first round. But it makes me wonder where that read came from. He's just been really just throwing them out there all first rounds. Oof. He's not able to convert on that connection. Cotier, not caring, just throws out that DP. It's looking like he's very confident. 5C there, doing what it does, and that's give big damage. Jiro trying to get him off him. Oh, whiff DP. Get some good damage off of that. And I feel like Cotier is playing a little bit loose now. I feel like he feels like he can afford to, and given the rounds now, he can, but it's enabled Jiro to, I go ahead and talk, and a fantastic whiff punish from Cotier with the 5C. Cotier now in the lead. Jiro is able to close out that round, but Cotier was looking, for the most part, strong. It seems like he's feeling pretty confident right now. Okay, the illusion with the low hits. Air-to-air Tatsu. JB, I think that was. And now he's really mixing it up on Wake Up. And these sort of ambiguous air reset situations. Getting hit by feathers now. One thing I got to note is I have not seen Jiro take advantage of the JD, and I feel like you got to do that in this matchup. Again with that 5C, they can feel when you get frustrated and you want to get in. Wow.
That was sick.
Yeah, big damage. Really evening it up. But I feel like, okay. I feel like you can't let her get established. Okay. Air Feather takes it. Very tense ending to that match. But ultimately, really in Cotier's favor. I feel like he had, from the get-go, he had sort of a solid understanding of what needed to be done. And then by the time he got that SSM in round 1 of game 2, it felt like the mental advantage was firmly in his favor.
Yeah, definitely. I think Jiro respected Feathers a lot, and that gave Cotier the freedom to move around and do whatever he wants, pretty much.
For sure. And no JDs. I just feel like that's not going to fly in this matchup. You know what I mean? At this level, you have to be able to do that, or you're just not going to, you're going to struggle to make it through.
Right. And we're going to have Guzman versus Violent Kane next. Am I right?
I think so. And it looks like the loser side of the bracket is now filled up. We have Roulettes versus Cypher and Basher versus Dustin.
That's going to be an interesting match.
For sure. Yeah, I don't know if these two have played. But Basher sent home AR Robert, and Dustin has had some pretty strong games so far tonight. So it'll be interesting to see that. I think the two matches that are really sticking out to me right now are Guzman versus Violent Kane and Basher versus Dustin. Those should be feature fights. Though Roulettes versus Cypher, that'll be no slouch either. So very strong top 8 here. Going into Guzman versus Violent Kane. So if I'm not mistaken, we saw Violent Kane with the Aroha pick earlier, Guzman with the Aroha pick earlier. Aroha mirror, to be honest, I don't think I've seen that. Not even just in this tournament, just in general. I do not think I've seen an Aroha mirror.
No, I don't think I have either.
And it is. This sort of feels bizarre. They do have the double jump, which you feel like should be able to neutralize the strong fireball game from Aroha, but they also both have a DP, which covers a very strong angle on the screen, that 45-degree angle. I have no idea how this is going to play out, but it feels like it should just be who can take advantage in the neutral.
Yeah, definitely. Who's the more patient?
Okay. Guzman is able to catch Violent Kane in the tail end. Okay. Violent Kane throws out his DP. He's less successful than Guzman, and Guzman converts off of that. Okay, there's the parry from Violent Kane. One thing I'd like to see is, we've talked about a lot, the JD being essential to this match. Which of these two players are ready for that aspect of the game plan? Can they handle Aroha's fireball? So a lot of this observation on my part here, because I'm very intrigued as to how this is going to work out. And I think this is going to be a slow burn, because I feel ultimately the winner is going to be who can convince the other player to do what they want them to do. Okay, let's see this. Oh, wow. JC stuffs it. Nice DP from Guzman. 8 seconds. Very decisive lead. So at this point, what do? Do you sit back in JD? Yeah, it looks like that's what he wants to do.
Yeah,
Violent King.
there's no need for him to go forward, you know.
Yeah, there's also no need for Violent King to give him meter, or any more, that is. Wow. Interesting interaction there. Oh, wow. And there's nothing you can do about that. Once you've eaten the shoulder, burst is off the table. Looks like Violent King mashed out the weapon pickup, which is a good call. Okay, once again, sort of a slow burn, because both of these characters have so many movement options and such a strong projectile game. I really feel like this comes down to conditioning, which can take some time. Guzman does have the lead, so the initiative is on Violent Kane. And, you know, Aroha doesn't do a lot of damage to begin with, so I feel like this is going to be something of a grind. Violent King definitely has the lead now, taking it back, but then Guzman immediately takes the lead back again. Wow. JD converting into the Tatsu. Guzman mixing it up now. 6 seconds on the clock. If he wanted to, he can just JD. 2 seconds. Burst from Violent King. 2B takes it off the hop. Interesting. Now, Guzman has been grinding this character out since she dropped. I think even before she dropped, he had expressed an interest in playing this character and really seeing what he can do with this character. Violent Kane, I can't speak for Violent Kane. I don't know how long he has been playing her. This just could be a difference of experience. Obviously, they're both very successful with this character. They've been playing this character, as far as I know, exclusively in this tournament. But right now, Guzman, for one reason or another, is in the lead. But I think I see a Mina pick on Violent Kane's part.
I can't really see. The screen is so small in this.
I think it's Mina.
Mina should be an interesting pick.
I don't have enough experience with Violent Kane to know what his experience with Mina is, but obviously he's a strong player, I would assume. If he's picked the character, he knows what the heck he's doing.
Yeah, he's been using Mina a lot lately.
Okay. I think she's a good character to learn. The matchups that she's strong in, she's very strong in. However, whiff punish from Guzman with the 5C. Mixing up with the fireball, shoulder into DP. For a character who doesn't do a lot of damage, he quickly has a very strong life lead. Wow, that was bizarre.
Nice trade. Yeah.
And talk about damage. Violent King quickly evens it out. Woo. Very strong arrow play from Violent Kane here. Guzman, not
with the DP.
Yeah, he's doing his best to even it out. Violent Kane with the stance break. Sort of watching with bated breath. Guzman does take it with the JC. Another matchup that I really haven't seen before, I don't think. So right now, just observing what's happening here. And you know, now that I think about it, though the low arrow probably whiffs on a dashing Aroha, since Aroha's forward movement can be limited, at least on the ground, this could be tough for Aroha. That slide under the Mina jump from Violent Kane, Guzman just slid under it with a 6D. Very nice. However, Violent Kane runs in, throws, converts into WFT. Guzman in a little bit of trouble this round. Oh, wow. Great DP. And Guzman, despite being in deficit, not giving up, however, losing to the arrow despite the double jump. The air arrow there closes it out. Guzman is still on match point. However, both characters or both players have all their resources. And clearly, I think Mina has what it takes to win this. So let's see how this plays out. Ooh. Violent Kane is in rage. Guzman identifies that. Violent Kane trying to reflect here and it's just not working out. He's eaten 3 feathers for his efforts so far. 4 feathers. And it looks to me like Aroha is winning that projectile war there. So it's interesting that Guzman has not really pushed that option until now. Guzman, pretty strong life lead here. Shoulder into the Tatsu. Oh, wow. And no opportunity to burst. That JC just closes it out for Guzman. 2-0. I think that's it.
Yeah, that's it.
Violent Kane moving down to losers. So winner's final is going to be Guzman versus Cotier. Another Aroha mirror, probably. Interesting. So I think I'm expecting Roulettes versus Cypher.
Yeah, that's the next match.
Any
And
predictions?
Giro already waiting for the winner of this match.
Correct. So what do you think about Roulettes versus Cypher? Any previous experience with this matchup?
I'm not sure. I mean, I'm sure they've played before, but I'm not sure who can take the next match, you know? Because they're both very good players. I mean, Cypher, as I told you last week, he managed to make it a top 8 and also to grand finals in the losers bracket. So that says a lot. He was sent to losers by Robert, and then they had the run back in grand finals. So a pretty strong player. Whereas Rouletas is also a very strong player, but I don't have a favorite. I mean, I really don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, and looking at the point totals, if that's any indication, Cypher, and I don't think you can use it as an indication, but it's data. It says, do with it as you will. Cypher currently has 15 points, whereas Roulettes has 10. So they both have performed well enough to get points on the board, and they're within close proximity to one another, as you can see here. Cypher 15, Roulettes 10. So do with that as you will. But at the very least, we can see that they're both very competitive, and based on the points, both on similar par as far as their productivity with these tournaments has been. So this should be exciting. I mean,
Yeah,
based off
definitely.
that, for what you will take it for, it should be evenly matched. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, me too. So, um, our guys in the chat, shout out to you for being here. Thank you for supporting us. Y para mis cuates también, todos los mexicanos y latinos que estén ahí en el chat, saludos. Gracias por estar aquí ya en la cuarta semana. Y pues vamos a ver qué sigue en este match. Si tú quieres que gane ruleta, pues pon por ahí tu favorito, ruletas o... ya hasta se me olvidó quién era. Ruletas o Cypher. ¿Quién es tu favorito para que pase a la siguiente ronda? All right, let's do it.
So Rouletta's Shizu versus Cypher Mina. Interesting. It looked, I couldn't see for sure, but it looked like Shizu might be one of those privileged characters who can run under Mina's fireball. I could be wrong. That might have been the 6-6D. We'll have to see how this progresses. Ooh. Trading JCs right now. Cypher, or Rouletta's, excuse me, is getting the better end of that JC war. Again, that's 3 so far. I think it might be hard for Mina in this matchup, at least to keep Shizu out. 660 closes it out, but if I had any takeaway from that first round, when Shizu wants to go in, I think it's going to take a lot of really strong reads on Mina's part to be able to keep him out. Another JC. 4 so far. 6-6D. 6-6D again. Third doesn't work out. JC from Cypher this time connects. Another. It's 3 JCs for Cypher. 5 for Rouletta's. Cypher pops. Goes for the Isen. Yeah, I can respect it. He predicted that Rouletta's was going to press something, but that did not happen. Rouletta's takes that first game very convincingly. You have to question whether or not Cypher is considering another character.
All right. Cypher with the legendary Genjiro.
Is he known for this character?
I believe it was his first main character, so we're just about to see.
Awesome. I'm always happy to see Genjiro, so this is exciting. And yeah, I just feel like Mina has a tough time in that matchup based off what I saw.
Yeah, exactly. And I just experienced that the hard way against Suk.
Oh, yeah. I believe it. So here we go. Cypher with the character change against Genjiro. Let's see if this works out a little bit more or better in his favor. 6-6D. Okay, JB. JC. Cypher trying to be a little bit more active in the neutral now. JC connects. Nice DP from Rouletta's. Oof. Oh, very nice dodge
Wow.
there. Into the SSM. That is decisively the round with damage to spare.
Yeah, that was sick.
Yeah, for sure. Cypher up 1 round. Game 2. JC. Cypher being very active in the neutral here. Mixing in JCs and Rekkas. However, he's now in the corner. Rekkas his way out. It connects. However, Cypher is in the life deficit. He's sort of playing neutral right now, but he does ultimately need to find a way to create some damage here. 28 seconds on the clock. Very nice. Very nice. A little bit closer. But he doesn't have damage to spare. He needs to continue to get damage. Oof. Scary stuff. 2B connects. Okay, 8 seconds on the clock. Cypher now definitively in a deficit. Ooh, that. Let's see, can he take it back? It's close enough. Oh, and I think he will. No. Okay, he didn't need to. He knew he was gonna pop. 2B. Wow. And I feel like what Rouletta's caught there with Eason was the extended hurt box from Cypher's JC. Cypher was very high.
Yeah, exactly. And he loses a round, but he gets his resources in return.
For sure. So he goes into this with an advantage. JC. Okay, good conversion from Rouletta's. You know, with that Rekka, it's hard to tell sometimes if it's going to be 2 hits or 3 hits. But Rouletta's very quickly able to acknowledge the situation and convert with a combo.
Yeah, and now Cypher needs to be aware of tap because Ruetas hasn't tried to do it during the entire match.
For sure. And you always keep that in your mind. You can tell because I'm the one always forgetting to mention it. You always bring that up in the 3rd round because that's the truth. We have not seen it yet.
Yeah, exactly. And I learned that the hard way. Every time I face the Shizu, I will take a tap each round.
But there has been none this game, if I'm not mistaken. So I think a lot of whether or not Cypher is going to win this round is if he remembers that and he's prepared. Ooh, okay, nice JC. Cross up with the Rekkas. Pushing Rouletta's into the orange, but Cypher's still at a deficit. Now he needs to consider burst, and there it is. Okay, nice JA. 5A. It's very hard. It's very hard to do that. And Rouletta's takes it over Cypher 2-0.
As we said earlier, Shizumaru is not a character you just want to go straight for the Isen. You need to see if the opponent is going to float or he's going to bounce off the wall or what the options are going to be.
Yeah, and you know, personally, I try and ignore the Eason altogether because I feel like it's just a dangerous prospect. But good showing from Cypher. The pick with Genjuro was a very smart pick. I think that it worked out in his favor, but ultimately he was not able to close it out. Despite that, a very strong showing from him this week. He will hopefully be back next week for week 5, and if he is, it'll be for the better for all of us because he always comes with good play. So hopefully we'll see him back next week. And Rouletta's is moving forward to loser's quarter, is going to face Jiro. And if all the players are prepared, it looks like the next match is going to be Basher versus Dustin.
This is going to be a very interesting and a very aggressive match.
For sure. Yeah, I don't. My experience with Basher has been playing against Basher. But I think Basher is definitely a player who's trying to get in, but not just necessarily as far as gameplay is concerned. I feel like he also wants to get into the opponent's head. And I think Dustin is very similar in that regard. So not necessarily a mirror image of one another, but I think very similar approaches. So this should be fun to watch.
You know, I'd like to see Dustin advance. Not because I don't like Bachelor or because I think Dustin is superior to Bachelor, but I would really like to see Dustin advance in this tournament.
What makes you say that? What are you thinking?
Well, first, we don't get to see a very good Kazuki. So that's the first. We don't have Kazuki players here in Mexico, if you hadn't noticed. We don't have just one good Kazuki player. And not just a good Kazuki player. I don't believe we have a Kazuki player here in Mexico. So that is one. Second, I really like to see the match Dustin versus Violent Kane.
Ah, yeah, that's a good point. I think that'd be really entertaining to watch as well. So I totally understand where you're coming from there. You know, we do have a smaller community, the Samurai Showdown community globally as a whole. So There are a few Kazukis of note. Dustin is one of them. But it is nice to see this character played at a high level. However, Dustin has to get through Basher first to make that happen. Nice run under 2C. And so far, Dustin is up to a pretty solid lead here. Now, you had mentioned you don't see a lot of Kazuki in Mexico. You have to wonder how much that's going to play into how this match plays out. And Dustin just building up charges, not caring. Tap, and you know, Dustin was already down backing. It really looked like he knew that was coming. Hot pants, good idea, but it doesn't connect. Too late for the WFT on Basher's part. Dustin closes out with the 2B, and will be entering the second round with about 60% of his rage meter. Okay, Basher, he's playing a bit more of that float neutral. Ooh, and he's able to convert there off the whiff throw with the 5C. This round definitely going more in Basher's favor. Dustin had the opportunity there to connect the WFT from the 6-6B. Perhaps he wasn't ready for it. Perhaps there was a missed input. Perhaps he didn't believe in it. But regardless, it didn't happen. 6-6C, though, does connect. Run up throw. Nice combo. Crossover. Very sick. And Dustin now has Basher in the red. 26 seconds. JC from Basher. Now, what point does Basher burst? He is very low on life now. And it's right there. Feeling the pressure, he bursts. Interesting. Now, I don't know Basher enough to know if that is something he goes for often. With the Eason like that, that was sort of that was a read on the Eason.
I believe he saw Dustin trying to move forward a lot. Like he whiffed the 6-6D. He was probably waiting for the 6-6C. You know, it's very fast.
Yes. Yeah, that makes sense. Looking at that first game, I feel like that was convincing in Dustin's favor, and I feel like what's going to decide this upcoming game here is how much data and knowledge Basher was able to glean from the 2 rounds he was able to play there. How much did he learn, and does he have an idea for an adjustment? Okay, same characters. 6-6C off the whiff grab from Basher. 6-6D from Basher puts Dustin on the ground. Again, 6-6D. Ooh, run up dodge. Interesting. I wonder if that was deflect attempt. JB into 5D, not a combo. Oof. Okay, looks like he dropped the punish there, but I guess they call that what? An American reset. Able to get some good damage off of that. Oof. Anti-air 5C. Basher now pretty decidedly in the red. He's starting to move quickly. Potentially, he might want to consider moving it down. It looks like he's getting, or slowing it down. It looks like he's getting frustrated. Okay, good push block from Dustin. 6-6C. I feel like Basher is playing very quickly. Okay, that tap does connect. He gets decent damage. And it looks like Dustin at this point is just letting it rip. And I feel like that's because Basher is pushing very hard right now. Okay, Basher attempting to slow it down. Goes for the burst. Another 6-6D. And Dustin just throws. I guess he saw the proximity and he felt, okay, this is the last thing he's going to expect. Goes for the grab, and it works out. Dustin takes it over Basher 2-0.
In a pretty convincing set from
For,
Dustin.
for sure. For sure. Now, shout outs to Basher. He is done for today. Once again, it must be stated that if I'm not mistaken, and I'm not, Basher is the one who eliminated Robert today, so he had a lot of success today and a lot to be proud of today. I'm sure he wanted to move forward, but Dustin came in and did work. So Basher's going to have to sit the rest of this one out, but there's always next week.
Yeah, definitely. I think he should be satisfied with his performance tonight. As you mentioned, he took down AR Roberts. And I mean, this is the fourth week that most players or some players have tried to do that, you know? And he had the opportunity and he took it. And he should be proud of his performance tonight.
For sure. And I think, with week 5 around the corner, Robert not making it in top 8 at all. I mean, Robert has won every single week up until this week where he doesn't make top 8 at all. Basher playing a pivotal role in that. That's a big deal. But anyways, moving forward, Dustin is going to be having to face Violent Kane. I'm going to assume, based off what we've seen, that's going to be a Roja versus Kazuki. But based off of what you mentioned earlier about there not being a lot of Kazuki representation in Mexico, it makes me wonder if Dustin is geared to really make an impact going forward. Does Mexico have the experience with the character to shut him down? But we're going to have to wait to find the answer to that. It looks like we're going straight into Jiro versus Rouletas, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so Jiro with the Hanzo again. Rouletas back at Shizu. Now, what we saw from Jiro against Aroha, I think that was, Kotir. That character matchup, it looked very difficult for Jiro to get the fireball game started. Despite Shizu having a bit more air mobility and the deflect, fireball deflect, I do feel like Jiro should have not an easy time, but an easier time getting that fireball game started. So we'll see how he approaches this match and if he experiences success. Oof. Very good 5C to punish the deflect attempt. Rouletta's seemingly happy to just back off. Selectively going in with 6-6D. Nine seconds left for Jiro to find some way. Here's his opportunity. No fireball, though. 4 seconds on the clock. Okay, that's a start. Ooh, what do you do? What do you do? That's not going to cut it. Wow, Jiro steals that one.
Yeah, somebody call the police, please.
That was good. Interesting. Okay, whiff punish with the umbrella. 6-6D. Whiff grab. Not a big punish, but he's out of the corner. It's an interesting neutral. Looks like Rouletas is preemptively expecting Jiro to jump so he can punish, but that hasn't happened in the recent exchanges. 6-6D downs Jiro, but he's got Rage Fireball. Crosses up with 6-6C. Now is the time to abuse that. He's not able to connect with JC. You're dead. Yep.
And that was a pretty convincing round from Jiro.
Agreed. Now, Jiro, how I see that he does have AR. He's has the AR tag. Is he someone that the community plays with often? I'm going to assume that he is.
There used to be a league before all of this COVID thing going on. Every other week, I think. Probably Mark, you can give more information about that. And Gio used to participate in this event every time. I mean, I think they're very familiar with Euro, but back in those days, he used to main Galford, as I mentioned before. So I'm not sure if they're familiar with his Hansel or only Galford.
That's interesting because we've been watching all this strong Mexican play, but one thing is for certain, I think the character pool is somewhat small in Mexico. Is that an accurate statement?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
It seems like when it comes to Mexican play, there's a few player or characters that are mainly used. You think that's fair to say? I see Shizu and Charlotte and Hao.
Oh,
And
yeah. Yeah, definitely. I will say, and probably my fellow players are going to say something in the chat, but most of the time I see Mexicans use top tiers or characters that have some sort of advantage in every fighting game that I see them participate on.
interesting. So I think it means, and this is just an interpretation, we're missing the match, but I think that when a character comes in that might not be familiar with, there could be some success there. But anyways,
Exactly.
yeah, just some sort of insight. But Giro right now, this round's looking different. 2 overheads. Roulettes closes it out with the 6-6D. After that, up 1 round over Giro. Wow. Wow, that was very nice. Run up DP through the Rage Fireball. Okay, converts with the JC. Now, Roulettes, shoutouts to him. He had gone for the 6-6C every time after connecting the Rage Fireball and the JC. Again with the run up DP. He was ready for the 6-6C that one time, and here it is again, though. But we're seeing Roulettes really adjusting. 6-6C again.
Wow, no, Ethan.
No Eason. Now, Jiro's around to lose. There is a ton of time on the clock, but the teleport overhead closes it out. You can tell that Roulettes learned a lot from that first game. And we'll see if Jiro is now made an adjustment because he needs to do it quickly. Okay, JC stuffs the teleport attempts. JB, but no combo. Okay, did not go for the SSM. It looked like he didn't try. Went for the confirm in a DP. Ooh. Okay. Given the situation, I think he got the best punish he could. 6-6D. Jiro now in trouble. He's got no more resource. Roulettes has his resource and a lot of life. There it is. 6-6D closes it out. So now we got 1-1, an even match. Jiro, very convincing first game. Roulettes, very convincing second game. So now the onus is on Jiro to respond. And I guess that is what's going to determine how this plays out. If he doesn't have a response prepared, it's safe to say that Roulettes is just going to keep this momentum going. So we'll have to see what happens here.
Yeah, exactly. And Dostan, if you're listening, I think they're calling you for the next match, I believe. Mark, is that correct? All right, perfect. So we're gonna wait. I mean, we're gonna stream winners finals after this match.
Yes, it looks like Dustin is participating in another tournament, so we will get him when he is available. Okay, so here we go. Does Jiro have an answer? because it's on him to adjust. Roulettes was so strong that second game. It's on Jiro to figure this out. Okay, Jiro cornered. Oh, baits out the jump attempt. Follows with the JC. Looks like he was wanting to convert off of that instant overhead. A deflect attempt is punished. 5C whiffs. 5C blocked. Cancels the recoil into Azuna. Oop. Too late. He's airborne though. Oh, you didn't need to do that, I don't think. I think he was airborne. I think Jiro was airborne. I don't think he needed to do that. Okay, well, he's going to get the round, but I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure Jiro was airborne. He would not have gotten punished. But what's done is done. The meter is gone. He did get the round, but now he's got to do this meterless. He's got something of a start going here. 5B JC. Jiro is starting to snowball here with the damage. Whiffed. Okay, and Roulettes pops. He says, I'm sick of that. Roulettes just pushing. Eventually gets that throw into WFT. He gave up a lot of health to do it. Now the question from Jiro is, do you abandon the weapon? You have a pretty solid lead. 66D knocks Jiro down. Life is now very close, but Jiro still has... Okay, oh my gosh. I thought that might kill. He's decided to abandon the weapon. I agree. There's always a risk involved here, but he has a very definitive life lead. He just needs one hit. However, throw into the punish. Is he going to regret abandoning the weapon? Oh, very nice. That was awesome. A wall jump into the air command grab, closes it out. Very strong showing from Jiro. We said going into that round that the onus was on him to make the adjustment, and I think it's safe to say that he did that.
Yeah, definitely. And now we're going to go to winners finals.
And that is Guzman versus Cotier. Now, I want to take a step back real quick and give a shout out to Roulettes. That did not go the way he wanted, but he played very well. Made it to losers quarters today in top 8. And, you know, next week, hopefully he will come back and show us what he can do again.
Yeah, definitely. And about winners finals, we're gonna have again. Let me see. We're gonna have another Iroha mirror. What do you think is going to happen this time? We have one Guzman versus Violent Kane. Now we have Guzman Cotier.
I think what was interesting about Guzman versus Violent Kane was the way he was creating opportunities to use 5C. He was using his movement to make Violent Kane either make mistakes or bait some sort of action that would allow him to 5C, which is where Iroha can really get the damage. So it feels like he has a decent understanding of what to do in the mirror. Cotier, I would say, of the two, is the more unpredictable player. So he might be harder to condition. So we'll see how this plays out.
All right, and now we see Markio, the player 2.
Markio's Iroha going up against Guzman. Cotier, the purple Iroha, I'm pretty sure. So far with the life lead. Now, if I'm not mistaken, this is starting out very similar to how Guzman and Violent Kane's matchup started out. Testing the waters with the fireball. Ooh, whip. You gotta capitalize, and he does. 5C. Look at the damage. Nothing you can do about it. You're eating WFT. That shoulder. Oh, and look at the damage. You're in trouble. Ooh, very good call there. But he hops over the weapon. However, he does not get punished. He's able to get it back. But Cotier in a rough spot, whiffs the 5C, and is punished by Guzman for the round. Okay. Things are starting kind of slow, similar to last round. Cotier currently has a life lead, but we know that when those 5Cs start flying, the life lead can swing in a direction very quickly. Okay, JC. Cotier not getting big damage, but slowly but surely whittling down Guzman. It looks like now he has decided that he wants to play the fireball game. So far it's working. Long term, who knows? Ooh, whiffs the DP. Guzman doesn't get punished for it. And right now Cotier is wanting to be evasive. It seems like he has committed to this life lead. Is getting out. DP connects, still cornered though. That was a big risk, and it doesn't pay off. Guzman levels up the playing field. It looked even, but with that Oki, it looks like Guzman takes the lead. Guzman takes the lead. Cotier, oh wow, he almost didn't get the time to burst. And Guzman, a very aggressive move, hops in, throws Cotier for the win, despite Cotier being in burst at that time. Really gutsy move. And what's unfortunate is Cotier played incredibly well, and it just, he wasn't able to get away long enough. And then Guzman took the lead back in a moment where there just wasn't a lot of time left.
All right, now we see Cotier going back to EQ.
Interesting. Maybe he doesn't like this matchup. Now, Cotier, very interesting EQ, obviously known for his EQ. Very active, very unpredictable with the movement and the offensive options. And you figure both these characters want to be in the air. EQ on the ground is a very slow and lumbering character. Put EQ in the air, though, he has some decent movement. However, right now, Guzman is making all the right decisions, and Cotier is quickly in a life deficit. Good DP from Guzman. The wall... Okay, that did not work out with the WFT. And I feel like Guzman needs to... Not Guzman, excuse me. Cotier, he loses that first round pretty convincingly. Now is the time to sort of breathe as much as you can, because Guzman's on match points, and that first round did not look great. Not to say that he can't do it, but I think he just needs to slow himself down a little bit and figure out what he needs to do to make this happen. All right. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Stopped blocking too early, and he was, staring a big punish opportunity in the face and just stops blocking too early. Throw. 5C, decent damage. And with the angle that Aroha DP's at, I feel like Earthquake is very vulnerable if he doesn't choose his spots wisely. And Cotier now has Rage in play. Okay, no 5C attempt there. Guzman playing it safe. He knew that if he went for the 5C and it didn't work out, the WFT was guaranteed. However, in 14 seconds left on the clock, Cotier is in a decisive life deficit, and I feel like now he really needs to consider burst so he doesn't die having not spent his resource. Ooh, still hasn't bursted, but 5 seconds left on the clock. I feel like you gotta do it. Yep. Okay, 2C punish. That was very good punish. Ah, Guzman dashes forward, throws out a feather. Cotier jumps backwards, predicting the throw attempt, and ends up eating the feather. Now, just remember, this is winner's final. So, if I'm not mistaken, this is best of three, correct?
That is correct.
Got it.
So, what adaptations do you think Coutier has to make in order to stand a chance against Guzman Siroja?
It's hard to really say because now he's back to Aroha. And that makes sense. Um, we're still figuring Aroha out. And I think in the long run, Cotier will sort of decide what's the best way to approach this matchup. Is it the mirror? Is it the EQ? But right now, from where I'm sitting, it's hard to say what's needed because we haven't really stuck with a character so far. And now it's too early to say, but Guzman is making a lot of strong decisions, and I feel like this is a situation where things can get out of control unless Cotier sort of, puts the brakes on it real quick. Because it seems like everything that Guzman is doing is just working. And boom, there it is, 5C.
Exactly. And this shows how committed Guzman is to this character. All right, you can see he's been laughing a lot.
For sure. I mean, I remember Guzman saying way before she was out that he was interested. Okay. And in that moment, Guzman was saying, "Look, I don't feel threatened. If things don't work out, I'll give you the damage. I'll give you the round. Whatever. I'm just doing what I feel like." And it didn't play out, but he's in a life deficit. Cotier has spent his resource. He still has his. Cotier closes that round out with a 5C. That 5C is a really, Swiss Army knife kind of normal. Huge damage, huge range, but also good as an anti-air. Guzman making a lot of confident choices in that matchup. Now would be a good time for Cotier if he can manage to sort of shut him down. That could be a good momentum swing. So far, though, Guzman in the lead. Cotier letting rip a DP of his own. And we were talking about this earlier. I feel like this character can really start to lay on the mental damage. All the knockdowns. She's just frustrating to fight, I feel. And I'm feeling, I don't want to speak for Cotier, but there might be some frustration setting in. Though I will say he sort of slowed things down now, which I think he has to do. If he presses too hard, he's going to lose. Good punish. Guzman burst, says, "I don't want to deal with that. I'm the one in charge right now." All right, Cotier letting it rip. Okay. 5C from Cotier is punished by Guzman. I think that was a 5B. And this game goes to Guzman 3-0. Cotier is moved down to the losers bracket, losers finals, and Guzman moves into grand finals.
Exactly, and we may have. I mean, we're definitely going to have a new champion, of course, right? But this is I'm gonna have to check in the past brackets. But Marco, if you have the data, can you tell me if Guzman has made it to grand finals? I think it was in week one, wasn't it?
He was in week one against AR Robert.
All right, against A. Robert in first week one. All right, so this is the second chance. He's been pushing really hard throughout the entire league, and I think he deserves it, right? He deserves the place. He deserves to be in grand finals, and he's been very committed to Iroha. We have seen him, and I actually don't remember how many times he used Yashamaru during the at least the last 2 weeks, right?
I remember week 2 when I first came to commentate. He was maining Aroha. That was the focus. But when there was a match where he felt like maybe it wasn't in his favor, he did try Yash, but it was mainly Aroha.
And that might be because he's just trying to grind this character into his skull at this point. I'm not convinced that he's going to necessarily main this character, but he's actively trying to get experience with them. However, Guzman's going to have to clarify that. I'm just making assumptions.
Yeah.
One thing to note, though, of the two players left who have been in grand finals in previous weeks, it's Guzman and it's Violent Kane. Violent Kane going up now. So you'd have to assume that these two are the favorites. Guzman already there. Violent Kane has work to do if he wants to get back there. He's going up against Dustin right now. A lot of Aroha tonight. It's very interesting. Because as you mentioned, Mexico tends to gravitate towards strong characters. So what does that say about what Mexico thinks of this character, at least right now? Either they like her a lot or they think she's strong.
Yeah, I believe they think it's very strong. Personally, I didn't like her very much, but as far as I can see, she has a lot of potential, definitely.
So Dustin, he's playing a lot tonight. He just went up against Basher. That was a convincing win. If I'm not mistaken, this is not the first time Dustin has faced Aroha tonight, but I can't remember definitively to make any sort of comment or deduction from that. What I can say is right now in round one, Dustin has a pretty convincing lead over Violent Kane's Aroha. 2C. 5B. Closes out round one. Okay, 6-6C underneath the feather. That was a good call on his part. He's going for hot pants, but Violent Kane gets in there for the throw before it can come out. Now, you got to sort of be careful about the feathers in the situation, because if he wants, he can let it rip. And I would assume the WFT goes through the feathers. 2C. Okay, goes for the dodge, predicting the throw. Ends up eating a close 5C, I think that was. Violent Kane being mobile, mixing in fireballs right now. Now, last time he jumped in, then jumped back. This time he goes in and commits. Goes straight into WFT. Interestingly enough, he doesn't throw out the shoulder. Hey, Dustin going with the push block and it trades. Gets thrown. 5C. Wow, and that 5C has so much forward movement that getting the weapon back was sort of off the table after that. And Violent Kane responds with a round of his own. He's sort of the calm before the storm right now. Dustin goes in for the 6-6C. It's blocked, but no punish. Dash up throw into 5C from Violent Kane. Dustin building charges, no punish. JD's. JB, 6-6D. Going for the 2C, doesn't connect, but he does get the 6-6C. Dustin wanting to apply pressure, but things sort of got awkward there. Gets thrown. Dustin currently with the life deficits. The fireball connects. He's built up a charge or two. Tries to fish for the confirmation. Doesn't get it. Okay. Throwing out fireballs. Definitely getting some damage for it. And now he's in the lead. Ooh, no. That's bad news. He's definitely in deficit. 3 seconds left. 2 seconds left. Burst. Had to do it. However, he can't let Kane live. Doesn't matter, though. He gets grabbed into 5C. Violent Kane takes the first round. I don't think Dustin, there were any flaws necessarily in that game plan, at least from what I saw. It'll be interesting to see what he does. I'm going to assume he sticks with Kazuki. Because it wasn't necessarily. Go ahead.
I haven't seen Dustin use another character. Do you know if he has a secondary?
I've seen him use Sugetsu. I've seen him use Knock. I've seen him use How. But I think in those situations, he's just sort of enjoying himself. I think when it comes down to getting serious, he's going with Kaz.
Oh, all right.
Now to reiterate, I'm not entirely sure, just based off what I saw. Oh, too late. Too late. Now, SSM, that resource is gone. However, SSM, rounds go by, you don't get to land that. So, not the end of the world, but it can't help but feel like that was a missed opportunity. Right now, Dustin has something of a life lead on Violent Kane. I'd say about 20% of Violent Kane's health is gone, maybe 30. Hop up throw, 5C. Another throw into 5C. Trying to even that life. Okay. In the orange. Oof. At this point, Dustin is really predicting those jumps, and he's punishing them. Gets WFT'd from a throw, so it's not too much damage. The life deficit, it was big, but now just in a second, it's gone. Dustin with the overhead is able to knock down and get his weapon back. Very close life situation here. What's going to happen? Dustin, walk under 5A, takes that round. Okay, building a charge. Ooh. Just throws the charge out. Catches the normal from Violent Kane. Violent Kane now pressing. Hot Pants. Catches Violent Kane. Push block. And you can see for a moment there, it looked like Violent Kane was deciding, okay, things aren't working out right now. What's my new approach? Seemed to be a moment of hesitation as he decided where he goes from here. Okay, Dustin with a nice punish. Right now, Dustin's up one round. Violent Kane is very low on life. 11 seconds on the clock. You start wondering, when's the burst coming? 6 seconds. He's really... Ooh, he just eats the fireball. No burst. So now we got 1-1. Wait, am I wrong?
Yeah, I believe that was 2-0.
I think it's 1-1. I think Violent Kane had the first game, or am I way wrong? Oh, no, they're going back
Oh,
into it. 1-1.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're right.
Cool. I wasn't sure for a second there. So, Dustin, clearly an adjustment. As I mentioned, in that final round, it looked like there was this moment where Violent Kane was saying, okay, I need to change things up, and I'm not sure exactly what to do. Now that he's sort of had this brief intermission, it'll be interesting to see how Violent Kane thinks he should proceed. Because honestly, given my inexperience with Roja, I'm not necessarily sure how to go about that. Violent Kane's going to have to show me. Now, once again, he starts with a deflect. That was a good call on his part. Baits out the stance break, punishes best that he can. Punish from Dustin off the 6G. A lot of activity in the early seconds of this round. And Violent Kane chooses the punish in the recoil situation, putting him in a pretty decisive lead. Dustin with huge combo conversion there. Very nice. That
That was a
lead
big
just,
combo.
yeah, that lead just evaporated. Oh, with throw. Straight into WFT. Ooh. Violent Kane burst. He was about to get weapon flip there. Dustin not respecting him. Walks up, throws. Violent Kane now has spent his burst and has no weapon. Dustin up one round. Violent Kane saying, hey, I can respect you too. However, Dustin has the luxury of the burst. Pops burst, throws out fireball, sees it connects, and then Easons for the game. 2-1 Dustin.
That's it for Violent Kane. Shout out to him. Very well played. But this time, Dustin proved to be superior and he advances to losers semifinals. And Giro is already waiting for him.
Correct. And I always like watching Violent Kane, so it's sad to see him go, but that's not our decision to make. Dustin said this is how it's going to be. He took the round, or the game, excuse me. Hopefully Violent Kane comes back next week. We all want to see him again. But as you said, Dustin versus Giro, I assume that's what we're going to go into now. It's definitely what we're going to go into now. Kazuki versus Hanzo, excuse me.
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, I have no reason to believe that Giro is going to go back to Galford.
For sure, he hasn't really showed us that that's an option as of yet. I mean, we're gonna have to see where things go from there, but he hasn't done it so far. So I don't know. Once again, I guess the thread through all this is how prepared is the local scene in Mexico for Kazuki? Because as you have mentioned, there isn't any Kazuki of note in Mexico right now, if I'm remembering what you said correctly. So that seems to be the thread. Who's going to be able to stop this, despite the potential lack of matchup experience?
Exactly. And I like for someone to correct me if I'm wrong when I say that there is no Kazuki players here in Mexico because I really haven't run into one online and I haven't seen anyone playing that is worth mentioning. You know, at least not in the community. Uh, Maybe someone out there who really doesn't play tournaments or I don't know, but I can tell you that I don't know any Kazuki players here in Mexico. So it is good that Dustin is advancing in the tournament because certainly our players are going to learn a lot from him.
For sure. Oh my goodness.
And now I think everybody knows that Dustin started the round with a 5B.
It's not a bad call to make. However, there was no SSM conversion after that. No conversion really, but it was the right call. Wow, 2C. Punishing the teleport. Ooh, looking to bait the grab. Jiro doesn't bite. He was looking to try and bait the throw, I suppose. He ran up and stopped. Great. Looks for the deflect, gets punished by 5B. Dustin takes the first round. Dustin opening up the second round with big combo damage off the throw. Jiro now in rage. Needs a fireball combo though. I feel like now, oof, again. Dustin knows that Jiro's going to want to throw fireball, so he's ready to release those stocks and try and punish him for it. 6-6C from Jiro. Rage is now gone. Oh, okay. Dustin had a pretty good idea that Azuna drop was coming. And Jiro needs to figure out a way to get himself to the third round. All right, 660 is the start. 660 again. Ooh, Easton to punish the jump attempt. A very good awareness from Jiro. He went from, gosh, what he had almost, less than 5% life left. Dustin had around 50%, and he was able to close it out. It cost him his rage bar, but whatever you have to do to get to that third round. Nice punch for the 5C. Two 5Ds, 660 from Dustin. Right now the stock's in play. It feels like Jiro really needs to be careful about throwing out those fireballs. He can't just do it willy-nilly, or he's going to eat that fireball and get comboed for big damage. Okay, the JC takes it for Dustin in the first game. Dustin's up 1-0 over Jiro. I think there was a lot of good stuff from Jiro there, but we're going to have to see if he's able to take anything he learned from that first game and convert it into a win for the second game, because despite there being some good things there, ultimately that round, or that game I should say, was very convincing in Dustin's favor. So Jiro needs to show that he can adjust.
Now I'm curious if, in spite of having been deflected 3 times in a row, Dustin is going to start the round with 5B.
It's anyone's guess. I wouldn't be surprised if he did, because he didn't. Though he got deflected, he didn't get punished.
Correct.
So he seems like the kind of player who's going to be like, I'm going to do it until you give me, deflect isn't enough. You gotta hurt me. Nope. Hot pants. 660B. 5B whiffs, throws the fireball, universal overhead, throw in the corner, conversion. Ooh. Wow. Dustin takes it. Azuna drop. Should be able to get the weapon back. Does. Ooh, my goodness. A flurry of activity right now. Oh my gosh. And again, that 5C. He's very good about predicting the run-in and punishing with that 5C. Jumps over the 5C from Hanzo and then punishes with the 5B. Dustin on match point. Okay, Dustin now is Jiro corner. Jiro has rage, but I think he's just feeling smothered at this point. Okay, he's created a little bit of space here. It looks like Dustin is just swinging. Okay, punishes the deflect attempt. Run up and throw. Jiro has to pop. Succeed, chases down the backdash. Trying to not really, ooh, okay. He was trying to not let Jiro get established, and then he noticed that he was considering, Eason looking a little bit flustered. He throws out the 5B. Jiro, feeling the pressure at that point, said, okay, I need to Eason. It didn't work out. 2-0 in Dustin's favor. Jiro, unfortunately, going home for the week, but making the loser semifinal with how strong this bracket is, and also being the one who sent AR Robert to losers, a very strong showing from him this week.
Definitely. And now we move on to losers finals, right? Dustin versus Cotier. What do you think of this match? Do you think Cotier is going to go for Iroha? Or do you think he's going to stick to EQ?
I guess it depends on what Cotier wants to achieve and what his opinions are in this matchup. If I'm not mistaken, Cotier is the last Mexican player in the tournament right now. Guzman, Dustin, both representing the states. Um, ah, that's unfortunate.
All right.
So the word we're hearing right now is that Dustin has DQ'd himself. Um, that's unfortunate. So
yeah, yeah,
can we
that is.
not put it on hold or not to now we're okay, let's do that. Okay, in the meantime,
Yeah, it'll be good if we could just wait, you know?
yeah, I don't know about the. I'm sure the viewers would agree. I think we're all willing to wait to see how this plays out. But anyways, um, if we do get that matchup, I suppose it's sort of up to what Cotier wants to achieve. I mean, if he wants to get the matchup experience for his Aroha, and win or lose doesn't matter. He just wants the experience, and he'll go with the Roja. Or if he feels like that matchup is more. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, definitely.
So it sounds like we are going to wait, which that's good to hear. We can run some promos, and I guess depending on how much time is left, maybe we take a break. We'll see what happens. Anyways, first off, DMV Bushido. For those who don't know, my name is Sugar Bear, and I am a Samurai Showdown player from the DMV area, specifically Virginia. DMV standing for DC, Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware. The Samurai Showdown circuit that we have here was a way for us to continue doing our locals after COVID happened. Now, I can say that this is primarily kept to our region, DC, Maryland, Virginia, and Delaware. Though we do invite invaders from around the East Coast, we typically keep it to that. So, though it might not be open to you, depending on where you are located, we'd love it if you come by and watch. It's every Thursday, 7 p.m. Eastern time on Bullet Will's Twitch channel. If you're, on a Thursday night looking for some Samurai Showdown action, come hang out with us. We typically have a good time and a lot of talented players. So hopefully you'll check it out.
Bien, entonces por ahí nuestro amigo Sugar Bear nos está invitando a seguir este evento que tienen ellos cada jueves a las 7 de la tarde hora del este, 6 de la tarde hora de aquí de la Ciudad de México, hora del centro. Es limitado únicamente al área de DMV, que es Delaware, no sé qué más, no, DC, Virginia y... What does the M stand for again, please?
Maryland.
Y Maryland, I think. Bueno, entonces está limitado esto, pero nos está invitando también que como viewers, si podemos apoyar su stream y también una vez ahí, quizás crecer la comunidad, pedir los IDs de cada jugador y quizás después jugar unos cuantos matches. Recuerden que es bueno crecer la comunidad, es bueno salir un poquito de jugar con las mismas personas siempre, eso te ayuda a ser un poquito mejor jugador, que es lo que está sucediendo ahorita. Entonces, pues bueno, DMV Bushido, los jueves, 6 de la tarde hora de aquí de la Ciudad de México, en el canal de Twitch que viene ahí, Bullet Will.
Thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate it.
Muy bien, y también tenemos este evento el domingo 31 de mayo, Resurrected Warrior. Es un evento de Guilty Gear Rev 2 y tenemos a Nagant, un jugador muy fuerte de la Ciudad de México. Sachin, también uno de los más fuertes. Desconozco de dónde sea Sachin, pero es muy bueno. Shadow X de León. Es un jugador muy fuerte también. Ha estado jugando bastante sólido en los últimos meses. Haseo, que es una chica también que juega Guilty bastante buena. Y alguien que también está intentando crecer y darle difusión a la comunidad de Guilty Gear, que por lo menos aquí en México es algo pequeña. Tenemos a Waka también, un jugador muy bueno. Sin miedo a equivocarme, creo que es el mejor Potemkin no solo de México, sino del continente, eso habría que verlo. Pichón Killer, un jugador muy representativo y muy bueno también de la ciudad de Guadalajara. Kusanagi, que ya todos lo conocemos, un jugador bastante este, versátil. En este caso, pues se va a aventar sus retitas de Guilty. Y Abel Howlett, que es el campeón actual de Guilty, que quien ganó el último torneo grande que hubo aquí en México, que fue Big Bang en la ciudad de León. Entonces, 31 de mayo, 7 de la tarde, en el canal de Twitch que aparece ahí, a Kendoru. Por favor, apóyenlos para que crezca y para que se mantenga la comunidad de Guilty. Ahorita que salió Strive, pues yo creo que sería una buena idea darle difusión. Y pues bueno, ahí está. A Kendro, domingo 31 de mayo, 7 de la tarde. Y tenemos aquí también nuestra campaña de Matcherino. Actualmente no tenemos un partnership, entonces solamente acepta donaciones directas. Si está en ustedes hacerlo, no es obligación. Pero si están ustedes hacerlo, pues esto apoya también a nuestros jugadores. Al final del día, este es es un show, es un espectáculo lo que nos dan. A muchos nos entretiene estar viendo streams todos los días. Y qué mejor que darles un poquito también de regreso a ellos que invierten su tiempo y que nos entretienen, como una bonificación adicional al pot asegurado de 1,000 pesos, el cual se va a repartir entre los 3 primeros lugares. Tenemos también esta campaña de Macherino. Puedes poner ahí en el chat exclamación Macherino y te va a mandar directamente al link donde puedes hacer una contribución directa. Sugar, can you help me out with the Macherino campaign in English, please?
For sure. I'm going to grab the link real quick. So, as you can see, we have a Matcherino for this event. If I'm not mistaken, I think what's going to happen is it's going to accrue till the last week, and whatever is left at that point, or whatever's been collected at that point, will be distributed to the players. Unfortunately, excuse me. Oh, Markio has the link down there. So unfortunately, we were not able to get coupon codes and I guess what do they call them? They have quests or whatever it is, additional ways to contribute. That wasn't able to happen for this season. For sure, more effort. We'll try again the next season. But for anyone out there who is wanting to contribute, please feel free to do so. It's been a really good showing from these players over the past few weeks, and we'd love to see them get compensated for their efforts. So if you have the means and the desire to do so, I urge you to do so. And if not, that's fine too. Just hang out with us and enjoy the matches.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can support us in many ways. You can follow us here on Twitch. You can help us by retweeting our events so we can get more players to know what we're doing, to have more fun, to grow the community, and to support also the Samurai Shodown franchise, right?
For sure. Yeah, I agree. There's tons of ways to show support. But yeah, I guess the question. Okay. So it's looking like we're going to do our best to wait Dustin out. Obviously, we all want to see how this is going to play out. We've got a nice little storyline here. So I think we're going to take a quick break. I urge us all to be patient, and we should be rewarded for that. So go to the restroom, grab a snack, grab a drink, whatever you got to do. We will be back shortly.
Vamos a tomar un
Nada más para dar tiempo que Dustin regrese. Como algunos lo saben, hoy se da también Wednesday Night Fights. Entonces decidimos hacerlo de esta manera para mostrar un poquito de apoyo también. Y porque realmente es un buen show lo que nos están dando estos jugadores. Entonces vamos a esperar un poquito. Por lo pronto, si pueden, denos follow en Twitter, en Facebook, en la página oficial de Arcade Rumble. También hay un grupo. Si eres nuevo en Samurai, no estás del todo familiarizado con el juego, pues es un lugar donde puedes compartir con otros jugadores tus experiencias, quizás programar algunos matches, y también, pues, si puedes, date la tarea de revisar la descripción de nuestra campaña Macherino, aunque no apoyes económicamente, no es obligatorio. Esto es solamente un plus si tú tienes la intención y la forma de hacerlo. Entonces vamos a esperar 7 minutitos y estamos de regreso con ustedes.
Hey everybody, welcome back to week 4 of Arcade Rumble's Sam Show League. Quick update for you guys. Dustin has been DQ'd. He's currently moving through another tournament right now, and frankly, we out of respect for you all, we can't wait longer. So Cotier is going to move up into grand finals to face Guzman.
Bueno, ya estamos de regreso. Y pues ya no pudimos esperar a Dustin. Bueno, de hecho sí lo esperamos y ganó su match, pero como estaba jugando Loser Semis, pues gana y automáticamente pasa a la final de Losers. Entonces eso ya tomaría mucho tiempo. Entonces decidimos, también por respeto a ustedes, viewers, darle DQ. Él está completamente de acuerdo. Y pues bueno, Cotir pasa a Winners Finals contra Guzmán. Entonces ese es el match que vamos a tener ahorita ya.
Okay, so I'm going to assume it's probably going to take a minute or two to get things set up over here. As we stated, Cotier moves into grand finals versus Guzman. Gosh, I'm trying to remember now. Yeah, first, Guzman and Cotier played in winners finals. Cotier went first round Aroha, second round EQ, first round Aroha, and I feel like the bouncing back and forth was not beneficial for him. It looks like he has gone Aroha this time, so we have the Aroha mirror. I'm not going to tell him how to play, excuse me, but my initial thought is it's probably best to stick with the character the whole way through. We'll see if that's what he decides to do, but for right now, we got Aroha versus Aroha.
Yeah, that's right. We got ourselves a run back and another mirror match.
For sure. And I think right now it's really hard to tell because so little damage is done in this matchup until you start seeing 5Cs. No punish from Cotier there. That whiff throw costs him a fair bit of damage. Guzman punished with a 5C. Guzman, a few stray hits, is putting Cotier into the orange. Yeah, now Cotier needs to figure out how to get in, but it's looking kind of difficult. Oop, whiff DP, good punish. 5Cs really make the difference for this character when it comes to damage. So that whiff DP for Guzman paying off for Cotier. However, Cotier eats a little bit more damage. Wow. Guzman went for the DP. Cotier with that Akuma feather ends up beating out the DP. A little bit of damage, but still 16 seconds on the clock. And Cotier needs to find a way to get that lead back. Okay. Okay. He went for the punish and he chose the DP and it ended up whiffing. 7 seconds left. Cotier jumps. Guzman meets him in the air with the JB, and that takes the first round for Guzman. Cotier, he had a few punish opportunities, and both of them were unsuccessful. I'm starting to wonder now if he's a little uncertain how to punish, but there's still a lot of game left to be played. If nothing else, this is an opportunity to figure out this matchup. Okay, life is pretty even at this point. Guzman with a throw into 5C, taking the lead. Whiff throw from Cotier. Guzman punishes with the air Tatsu. Cotier gets some damage off that Tatsu, but it was not a true punish. However, an air Tatsu on his own or from him brings the life lead a little bit closer. Shoulder, now he has the life lead. 15 seconds on the clock. Oop, whiffed 5C. Steals back the life lead though. 9 seconds. There's scary stuff. Guzman's right in his face. At this point, I think you just need to block it out. There he does. Second round goes to Cotier. He has his resources, so does Guzman. Very even going into this third game. You know, we haven't seen that option from Cotier in a while. He was using it a lot at first. He sort of slowed down, which is the right thing to do. The jump back DP can be somewhat confusing. He does it there and whiffs it. Maybe I think potentially for neutral purposes. Maybe he thought Guzman was going to be going forward in that moment. But anyways, early lead for Cotier. Okay, little bits of trades, little life trades here. Excuse me. Cotier still with the lead, but it is slight. 25 seconds left. And this matchup really is a slow burn. It's as much of a test of endurance as anything else. Cotier eats a fireball there, bringing the life, almost unperceptibly close, but now Guzman with the DP as a definitive life lead. Cotier applying a little damage of his own. Guzman with a wake up DP though takes a risk. It pays off. 7 seconds on the clock. Life is relatively close, but Cotier is in the deficit. 3 seconds. Needs to be careful. Okay, there's the pop. Guzman challenges, gets a little bit more damage, challenges again, closes out the round. First game going to Guzman. I would say a very close game so far. The question, though, is what does Cotier have left to show that we haven't seen yet? We'll see now, like, what did he learn? Does he have some ideas that can be applied here? And will he stick with the Roja? He does. I do think that's the right call. Regardless, win or lose, sticking with this character will teach him a lot that can be applied in the future.
Yeah, definitely. And what exactly, or well, not exactly, but what do you think his strategy should be to win this match?
I don't know. I feel like last game was very close. And I just feel that there were some key situations, and they were all very small situations where Guzman made the better call. But I feel like it was close enough where you really can't definitively say there was necessarily something wrong. I think he should stick with the same game plan he had, but he needs to make some adaptation to habits and maybe play a little bit closer. We definitely, for example, he rolled forward there a little bit ago, and Guzman met him with the throw. He's shown that option multiple times. I think Cotier needs to start picking up on some of these habits, and he's going to have to capitalize them. I think that's what's going to make the difference. It's time to force Guzman to adjust.
Oh, that is unfortunate.
Yeah, at least he got away. He didn't pay for it, but he also didn't get the damage that he should have gotten from it. Okay, Tatsu, once again, I mean, it's a close game as of right now. Okay, Guzman meets him in the air with a JB. Good block, no punish. I think in those situations, grab is what you're looking for. Obviously, you need to make sure that they're close enough. Okay, DP, 5 seconds. Hail Mary, I can respect it. I mean, you really do want that first round, but it did not work out. Guzman takes the first round with a 5C. Cross up from Cotier. Good punish on the 5C from Guzman. Okay, 5C off the whiff grab from Cotier. And something I am observing is that, and I don't blame him, but Cotier seems uncertain as to how to punish. Oh, okay, that right there, you gotta punish. He does. But it seems like Cotier may be a little uncertain how to punish some of these Tatsus. And it's so tough when you're testing things and you end up eating a DP like that. That's just frustrating. But one thing I am seeing is it doesn't seem like the punishes are there. That being said, it is very difficult. A lot of her her special moves are surprisingly difficult to punish. Guzman up 2-0.
Yeah, and in the chat they're already saying, telling Cotier to ring the EQ. I wonder if he's going to do it.
I don't know. Oh, and he
And
does.
that's it. Yeah, he does. I think
I
this is a good. This is a good. Um. I mean, this is a good decision.
Yeah, I mean, I can see the benefit of sticking with the Roja, but when it comes to a specialist like this who's been playing Earthquake for so long, and he's just a strong player in general, I'm not, who am I to question this decision? This guy has proven himself on multiple occasions. Let's see what he has. So throw into the 5C, gets anti-air by the Tatsu. Okay, the instant overhead elbow from Cotier's Earthquake. Cotier is saying for the most part airborne, which, is a smart move for Earthquake. But into 6-6D. JB that time from Guzman. Yeah, now that was a DP attempt, and thankfully, ooh, okay, 5C. Yeah, Guzman is waiting for those wall jumps to punish with the DP, and because of that angle, I think that Guzman doesn't have to be very precise with where he places those DPs, because that angle and Earthquake being as big as he is, it's probably pretty easy to get the DP. And Fat Bomber is blocked. Cotier eats a 5C for it, and Guzman is now at tournament point. Now, one thing I saw there is Cotier was bouncing off the wall and then doing the elbow drop to try and bait the DP. It's a good idea. I'm not sure it'll work because of the angle of Aroha's DP. Oh, it does work. Boom.
Wow,
Very
that was
nice.
godlike.
Very nice. So he used that elbow off the wall jump to bait the DP, and it did work out for him. Big, big damage.
Wow, look at the damage.
Oh, kill. Oh. I like both of these players, but it's hard not to root for Cotier right now because Roja is just a menace. But he is now weaponless. But Guzman only has a little bit of life left. You have to believe that he can do this. Okay, gets grabbed off the empty jump, 5C. Tatsu on wake up. Oh, very good patience. And he goes for the command grab. Good awareness. Punch probably wouldn't have done it. Command grab does. Earns him a shot at a third round.
Yeah, that was very intense. I was very scared.
Yeah, I mean, this is very good. Fat breath. Guzman not ready for it. Okay, your chainsaw. Very good, very good. He waited out again. I mean, that's what I was thinking. Is Guzman going to respect the elbow, or is he just going to go for the DP? No, he goes for the DP, and it gets punished. However, Cotier in the life deficit. He does burst. 6-6D, 6-6D. Okay, Fat Breath gets knocked down. Ooh, I think he saw the movement. Okay, Fat Bomber. That'll be death from 5C. Guzman takes it over Cotier 3-0, making Guzman your Arcade Rumble Week 4 Sam Show League champion and the first champion for this league who isn't AR Robert.
Exactly. Shoutouts to Guzman for taking this week's tournament. He becomes our new champion for the week. And well played. Also shoutouts to Cotier and Dustin, who was unfortunately disqualified because he's playing another tournament. And yeah, Guzman, very well deserved. He's been pushing and pushing, and finally, he gets to be our champion. And so that was a very convincing match, 3-0. And do you have anything to add, Sugar?
Yes. Yeah, sorry, I was muted again. I keep doing that. When you look at his performance through top 8, it was 2-0 in winners semis, 3-0 in winners finals, 3-0 in grand finals. He really just marched through top 8 in very convincing fashion. So, Guzman, well deserved. You wonder, is he disappointed he didn't get to take down Robert in his attempt? You know what I mean? Because he is a competitor. Maybe he says, I would have liked to have gone through Robert on my way through, but I think at the same time, he's happy with the result. And of course, there is next week. Now, look at those points. It really makes a huge difference. To get 30 points for a win, that's a big deal. Bring him up to 57. I feel that Robert is just still slightly out of reach, but it'll be interesting to see what Guzman brings to the table next week. Now with our, we have 2 champions in 4 weeks, Guzman and Robert. It'll be interesting if we find ourselves in a match of fate next week with Guzman versus Robert, sort of the dream match. But we'll have to see. Other players will be entering, and they're going to have something to say about that.
Definitely. We still have one more week to go, and this is only getting better and better, right? Remember that next week we will return Wednesday, 7 p.m. Central Time, and I hope all of you can be here. We had an amazing day today. We had an amazing time. It was a very fun and entertaining tournament, and we hope to see you here again next week. Big congrats to Guzman for taking 3-0 against Coutier and becoming our new Arcade Rumble Samurai Shodown League champion.
Awesome. Yeah. Thank you to everyone who watched. Thank you to everyone that participated. And thank you to Arcade Rumble for allowing me to commentate again. I really enjoy the opportunity to show off all the talent that Mexico has to offer. Though this tournament is open to all of NA, to me, the big draw of this tournament is just the density of Mexican talent available and the opportunity to get to see these players that you might not always get to see. So it's a blast. Thank you for the opportunity. I hope everyone had a great time, and shout outs to Guzman. Congratulate him if you haven't gotten the chance yet. He played incredibly well.
Yeah, and thank you for helping us this week again, Sugar Bear.
For sure.
And we hope to see you next week as a participant. Do you think you are going to make it?
Probably because I won't be commentating, so I don't see why not.
All right, awesome. Then that's gonna be it for today. We would like to thank also our sponsors, Brook Gaming, and there it is, Brook Gaming. And remember, we're going to have, besides the prize pot that is 1,000 Mexican pesos for the top 3, we're gonna have the Machorino, whatever we can get from here to next week. And also we're gonna have some products by Brook Gaming, right? Hopefully with this COVID thing going on, the delivery service will make it in time and we will be able to give out these items from Brook Gaming. Un recordatorio para todos nuestros amigos de habla hispana que además del pot asegurado de 1,000 pesos para los 3 primeros lugares del torneo, también tenemos una campaña de Macherino, de la cual actualmente lleva $50 dólares, $55 creo, recaudados. Y además de esto, de nuestro patrocinador, Brook Gaming, también habrá algunos premios. Sobre Brook Gaming, pues nada más hay que considerar que ahorita con el COVID y todo esto, pues la paquetería puede resultar un poquito más lenta. Pero como quieran nuestros participantes, o el primer lugar, ahorita ahí que Marquio me corrija, van a tener sus premios en su totalidad, tanto el económico como el de los productos de Brook. Ah, perfecto. Entonces tenemos también de Brock un poquito de mercancía para los 3 primeros lugares y también mercancía oficial de SNK para los 3 primeros lugares. Muchísimas gracias por estar hoy con nosotros. Gracias por todo, sobre todo también a nuestro staff que nos ayuda siempre con el bracket para tener los jugadores ahí en línea para cuando les toca jugar. Gracias a Sugar Bear por acompañarnos esta semana. A ustedes, viewers, no olviden darnos follow si tienen la oportunidad de suscribirse al canal, darnos follow en Twitter y en Facebook, los grupos y página oficial de Arcade Rumble. Y eso es todo. Muchísimas gracias.